Good evening, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you some live updates on the situation in Venezuela, the situation also with President Maduro of Venezuela. I guess one could call him former president now. I don't know, depending on what you call him. He is now incarcerated in New York City. There is a live shot of Caracas, Venezuela right now via AFP. And so we have some news coming out tonight. President Trump actually just a little while ago did a Q&A on Air Force One. So we're going to listen to that. He talked about Venezuela some. Also, I just saw this before coming on the air. The Cuban government is claiming that 32 Cubans died in the Cuban government is claiming that 32 Cubans died in the U.S. attack and operation to capture Maduro. This is just coming out before we came on the air. Thanks to Faytux News for spotting that. So they're saying that it was members of their Cuban military and also members of the Ministry of the Interior. I cannot confirm that number given by the Cuban government, but again, Cuba's government is claiming that 32 people, 32 Cubans, members of its military and Ministry of the Interior were killed in the U.S. attack and operation. Cuba does have close ties very close ties with Venezuela. You can find lots of reporting that says Cuba provides security to the Maduro regime and has been providing it, for example. So we're going to get you an update on that. We're also going to be taking comments from you guys, comments and questions, and just getting you up to date on what is happening. And also, I will say tomorrow at 10 a.m., as far as I'm aware, at 10 a.m. tomorrow, there's supposed to be United Nations Security Council meeting on Venezuela. The UN Security Council is supposed to meet on Venezuela. That meeting is supposed to start at 10 a.m., I believe. So my plan is to cover that tomorrow morning. The UN Security Council meeting on developments in Venezuela. Let me just double check the timing on that. Yes, it is supposed to start at 10 a.m. So we'll come on sometime before 10 a.m. to cover that. So I hope you can join us for the UN Security Council meeting in the morning. We're going to be taking comments from you guys. One of our viewers, Tenfold, says, I wonder if Cubans were there as guards thinking they would not be aware of the bounty on Maduro. Well, I would have to think that if Cubans were there as guards, they would have been aware that there might be some kind of U.S. action. I don't know how much they expected it, though. But certainly it seems possible that some of the people guarding Maduro may have been Cubans. Yes, as Docport says, Maduro is supposed to appear in court tomorrow. Although it's a federal court, so I don't believe there will be video. I don't believe there's video. There's cameras allowed in federal courts. So I'm not expecting any kind of live video of that or video of it, period. Michael the Muffin Man says, is Cuba the next U.S. target? Let me shout out our mods for being here. We have currently here right now. I appreciate our moderators. Thank you. Leslie Ladyhawk is moderating. And also we have moderating right now LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much. Over on Twitch, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And also, hang on a moment here. We have on Facebook, we have moderating. Kay Lowry Body is there. Thanks, Kay. Margaret Riley is there. Thank you. Thanks, Susan Priest Buchner, for the Facebook stars and for subscribing. Thank you, Susan. All right. Now, give me one moment here. Let me just check out something. We're going to get into everything here. And we're going to let you hear, again, President Trump tonight spoke on Air Force One. We're going to check that out as well. What account is this? Hold on a second here. Okay. So we're going to get into everything. Let me show you this. By the way, quick thanks also to, thanks so much to Teresa, our new member, Teresa, Blue Chainsaw Man, our member, the THX, our member, thank you. And also the comment section, thanks for your support. So let me show you this right now. This is from the account from the, hold on, I'll show you here. Oops, I need to do it this way. This is from, this account is the press office of the Embassy of Cuba in Colombia about the 32 Cubans. But this is being reported elsewhere too. I believe there are other government accounts saying this. There are news outlets saying this. So this is not the only account posting about this. But you can see it says, Cuba decrees 2 days of national mourning for combatants who died in the line of duty in Venezuela. 32 Cubans, members of the FAR, which is the military, I believe, and the Ministry of the Interior, fell victim to the criminal attack by the United States on Venezuela after fierce resistance or as victims of the attacks. So, again, I cannot confirm that number. But that's what they're saying. One of our viewers said straight to Greenland. President Trump said something about Greenland in his Q&A, which we're going to get to soon. Yeah, a bunch of people are asking about Iran in the chat. This stream is about Venezuela. If I hear about some big dramatic new development in Iran, I will certainly pass it along to you. I have not heard about any kind of new dramatic development, change on the ground. There are reports of protests. I will let you know. But this stream right now, we're focusing on Venezuela. Thank you. Thank you for your understanding. All right. So I want to, there was also a report about people killed, security forces killed today. Hold on, I want to mention that too. Was right, where was that? Where did I see that? I thought I posted it. See if I can find it. I thought I posted it. I guess I didn't. Oh, was it? Am I right in that? I have to look that up. There was a statement made. It might have been the statement by the defense minister. The defense minister made a statement also of Venezuela, which we'll probably look at too during this stream. Yes. So Reuters. Yes. So. This is a Reuters report, just to summarize this. We're going to watch the statement. But Phil Stewart from Reuters said a large part of Maduro's security team was killed in the American raid, according to Venezuelan Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino in a statement this morning. So we're going to look at that statement. So again, the defense minister said a large part of President Maduro's security team was killed in the raid. And also we have the Cuban government tonight saying that 32 Cubans, members of the military and Ministry of Interior, were killed in that raid, in that attack, operation, raid, whatever we call it. Okay. Search says, interesting if true, release the names. Our viewer Anti-Large thinks Cuba should be next. Emma Oragwu says, is Mexico next? We're going to talk about things like that. President Trump mentioned Mexico in his Q&A tonight on Air Force One, which we're going to listen to. He mentioned Greenland. Oh, he talked about Colombia as well. What is the remark he said? I have to listen to it myself. We're going to listen to it. But President Trump said, so I believe he said we'll worry about Greenland in 2 months. He said that in his Q&A tonight. He also, Faytux News mentioned, he said Colombia is run by a sick man, but he won't be doing it very long. So we're going to listen to that. Smokey says Maduro was all chipper when they perp walked him in New York. I'll have to see if I have video available that I can show you guys. Hey, thanks to Live Animal thinks Khamenei, the supreme leader, is planning an exit to Russia. I saw one outlet on social media was, I believe, claiming that. I haven't read the original article. I certainly haven't seen enough to convince me that's true. One outlet claiming it does not convince me it's true. But we'll have to see what happens. Thank you, Live Animal, for your support. Live Animal believes numerous Russian aircraft have entered Iran. Maybe that's true. I don't know. For all I know, that's a regular occurrence that happens. I haven't seen any reports myself tonight that said from people I follow suggesting there's been some kind of huge abnormal number of Russian aircraft entering Iran. But I haven't checked every single report, so I will certainly be on the lookout for more stuff about Iran. If I see big news, I will pass it along. Thank you so much, Live Animal 080. I really appreciate it, Live Animal. All right, let's, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get into all of this. We got a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about. We might start by listening to some of what Trump's. I haven't even listened to it because it was coming on right before we came on the air. So President Trump answers. He just a few minutes ago did a Q&A on Air Force One. So I think maybe we should listen to some of that and talk about it, and then get into everything else. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to real quick. This is a sponsored broadcast. I really appreciate our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. Let's hear a quick word from me about our sponsor, and as soon as that's done, we'll get into Trump's Q&A. We'll get into the details of defense of Venezuela, and we'll take your comments, and we'll bring you any updates that come out tonight too. So a quick word from me about our sponsor, and then we'll get into everything. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, so I have a question for you. I kind of want to listen now to some of the Q&A from Air Force One and talk about it. Now, but I don't want to force, we're going to listen to it at some point soon. But how does that sound to you guys? I'll see what the chat says. Because again, President Trump, I know he answered some questions about Venezuela. I'm looking. A bunch of people are saying yes in the chat. Yeah, I'm seeing way more yeses than nos. All right, so we're going to listen to some of that and talk about it with each other. And again, I haven't even listened to it yet. So let's do that. Let's get into that. So what I need to do is put it here. All right, so it says, there needs to be an expression. I mean, is it moments ago? It's probably about an hour ago. Earlier tonight, Trump takes questions on Air Force One. Okay. I'll do that. Okay. So the audio is from earlier tonight. Now, but I'm live. Does this make it seem like I'm not live? Because I'm live. How about this? Audio from earlier tonight on Air Force One. There we go. That's better. So people know. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I might put on my headphones because then it's a little easier to hear, and yeah, we got to do it this way. Okay, so let's get into this. Again, I haven't even listened to this. It was going on right before we came on the air, and I want to just talk to you about what happened. So let's listen to this and hear some of what he's talking about.
Hi, Mr. President. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation in Venezuela?
Yes, we have.
Now I got to turn the volume up because the volume's a little low. So let me turn the volume up. Let me take a second, get the audio right so you can hear.
Into him.
Hi, Mr. President. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation in Venezuela?
Yes, we have calls into them. I want to speak. They're all in good shape.
Can you detail what watching that was like when all this played out in Venezuela and what Maduro was doing that moment when U.S.
forces? Well, I knew the possible danger. I mean, it was a very dangerous operation. It was amazing that we had a few injured, but all are in good shape right now. But I knew there was great danger. You got off a helicopter. The helicopters were being shot at. They got on the ground. They were amazing talent and tremendous patriotism, bravery. The bravery was incredible. Lindsay, they got off the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place. As you know, one of the helicopters got hit pretty badly, but we got everything back. Got everything back and nobody killed.
The next question is who's in charge?
All right, I want to clarify. So he said that there were some people injured, but they're all doing well. Okay.
Of Venezuela right now.
Back in the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place. As you know, one of the helicopters got hit pretty badly, but we got everything back. Got everything back and nobody killed.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation when you said the U.S. would run Venezuela?
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you?
Okay. So there he said... So remember, President Trump, as many of you know, yesterday he said that the U.S. was going to run Venezuela until a proper transition took place. He said that they were going to try working with Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez. He said that they believed she would... I'm paraphrasing here, but President Trump said that they believed she would do what the U.S. wants her to do. She would cooperate. And yesterday, President Trump was asked about Maria Corina Machado, who is the leader of the opposition in Venezuela, although as of a few weeks, I think about a month ago, she left. When she was given the Nobel Peace Prize, she was snuck out of the country, and there was questions about, well, did she really leave to get the Peace Prize, or was there some other reason she was snuck out? But anyways, she's the leader of the opposition. Also, remember, in the 2024 election let me just make sure was it 2024, the election in Venezuela? Do I have the year right? I think I do, but I like to make sure. In the 2024 election in Venezuela, yes. So there was an election in 2024, July, in Venezuela. Maduro was running as the president, and the Maduro government did not allow the opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado, to run. So this person, Edmundo Gonzalez, ran. But he was basically seen as a placeholder for Maria Corina Machado. And the evidence suggests, and it is widely believed, that he actually won the election by a bunch. But it is widely believed that the U.S. government, for example, says that Maduro just declared himself the winner and stole the election. So, but the winner of that election, the U.S. official government position is that the winner of the election was Edmundo Gonzalez. And again, he was basically running as the placeholder for Maria Corina Machado. So yesterday, President Trump was asked about Maria Corina Machado. And he said that, if I can pull up, maybe I can pull up the exact words here. But basically he said that he did not support that. He said that it would be tough for her to be the leader, and he said she doesn't have the support or the respect in the country. So that surprised a lot of experts I know. I've been reading a bunch about this. A lot of people were stunned to hear that. But that is the U.S. government position right now. That is Trump's position, is that she's not going to lead. She is not the Trump administration's choice to lead to lead Venezuela. So right now, the Trump administration is working with the Maduro's vice president, who was, I believe, given presidential powers under the Venezuelan Constitution by the Venezuelan Supreme Court, if I have that right. Anyway, she's serving as president right now, I guess, in Venezuela. But you heard what, the Supreme Court, I believe, yesterday said that she is now serving as the acting president. But you just heard what President Trump said. He was asked, this is from tonight, who was in charge, and he initially talked about the vice president, but then he said, we're in charge. Now, you might wonder, well, how much can the U.S. really be in charge if the U.S. doesn't really have personnel on the ground in a country of, 28 or so million people? Now, there might be some U.S. Special Forces or CIA or whatever that, but there's no huge U.S. presence there. So President Trump says, we're in charge. So I just wanted to give some context to that. I'll replay that Q&A. But that's what he says tonight, is that the U.S. is in charge. Let's see here. Hang on a second here. Kylie Voltaire says the Venezuelan people did not decide that the U.S. are in charge. Now, there's talk of maybe at some point some sort of election being held in Venezuela, but the Trump administration yesterday seemed very clear that they need to approve, that they would need to approve anybody who takes power in Venezuela as someone that would be acceptable to the U.S. By the way, thanks to Neom Onk for the memberships. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Dean Sparks believes that Machado has a 70% approval rating among the people of Venezuela. Our viewer Ruaidri thinks it would be a civil war if they put Machado in. The one and only says that the vice president needs to play ball. Let's see here. All right, so Agenter Bill says, makes you wonder if the BP is the one that sold out Maduro. There are certainly questions about whether one or more people high up in the Venezuelan government actually worked with the U.S. and did some sort of deal with the U.S. to help them capture Maduro. I have no idea if that's the case. All right, so let's just listen to that again. Our viewer, Jim Lill, says, more to this than we know. All right, hang on a moment. One of our viewers, Bud Gertley, says, is this legal? All right, so let's go back. Again, this is from tonight's Q&A on Air Force One. I just want to play you that last question about who's in charge. I have to cue it up, though. Here we go.
Everything back and nobody killed.
The next question is who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn in president there, Rodriguez? And what are your thoughts on the entire situation? You said the U.S. would run Venezuela.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
It means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people
Do you want to?
Yeah, at the right time I will.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating with your administration?
No, but she's cooperating.
Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term in Venezuela?
Well, it depends. What you're talking. We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been, if I had lost the election, we would have been a dead country. We would have been Venezuela on steroids. Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back, and we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in, they're going to rebuild the infrastructure. We built it to start off with many years ago. They took it away. You can't do that. You can't do that with me. They did it with other presidents.
How soon do you think an election can take place in Venezuela? How soon can an election take place?
Well, I think we're looking more at getting it fixed, getting it ready first, because it's a mess. The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level, much lower than, even if it was badly run, it should have more income, more oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in, and they're going to fix the infrastructure, they're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We're going to cherish the country. We're going to take care, more importantly, of the people, including Venezuelans that are living in our country that were forced to leave their country. And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am.
All right, I just want to point out, just to jump in. So you heard he was asked a couple of questions about elections in Venezuela, about whether there might be an election soon. The idea would be is that have an election because the U.S. and a lot of the world believes the last one was stolen. So have an election where Venezuelans could choose their own leader, right? A free and fair election. You heard when he's asked about that, he is certainly not sounding like he's in any kind of rush to have a U.S. organize an election. He keeps saying we need to fix the country first. We need to fix the oil. We have to have the American oil companies come in and fix the oil industry. By the way, I was reading a very interesting article tonight. I'll talk about this later, saying that, talking about the difficulty and the amount of time and money it would take to ramp up oil production significantly in Venezuela. It didn't sound like it's something that's going to happen anytime really soon. But we'll talk about that later. But anyways, but you clearly could hear that there were several questions about election. And certainly President Trump does not sound like he is pushing for elections anytime soon. Which is interesting. Hey, by the way, thanks to Julie Davis, our member, and hold on a second. I want to take a couple of comments here. We have the liberty of kind of starting and stopping because this happened a little while ago. It's not, the audio isn't live, so we might as well take some comments from you guys as we go through it. Hey, by the way, thanks to Toolman Tim for the gift subs. And Who Shot JR on Twitch and My Florida on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And Haas McKayfabe on Twitch and Notorious Rob on Twitch. Let's see here. Is there going to be a press conference? No, President Trump isn't going to be on camera tonight, I don't believe. He just got off of Air Force One a short while ago. President Trump flew back to the White House from Florida. Dee thinks that with elections, we should give it a year and then ask again. Now remember, Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, who is now the acting president in Venezuela, she was part of the Maduro regime. She was the vice president to Maduro. Let's see here. Our viewer Aluxury says USA is king of the world. Lorelei said Rubio said U.S. will not be running day-to-day government in Venezuela. So something else we need to do, thanks for reminding me, is Marco Rubio appeared on some of the morning shows today, and I have transcripts, so we can check about some of the things that Marco Rubio said this morning. Pendergast said, are the people of Venezuela happy about this? It's a great question. So certainly I'm sure there are some people, we know there are a fair amount of people who are happy that Maduro is not there, and there have been, and we also know a number of people who've left Venezuela are happy about that because we've seen, videos of Venezuelans in different countries celebrating. I don't know how Venezuelan people feel about the news that, that the U.S. for now is working with Maduro's vice president as the current leader. But I don't know. It's a good question. All right, let's now. Maven's Pick said Trump said the oil companies are ready to go. Well, again, I'm going to talk about an article later that talks about the difficulties in rebuilding the Venezuelan oil industry. But I don't think it's going to be rebuilt by a couple weeks from now, put it that way. But let's hear some more of this Q&A. This is from tonight on Air Force One. I'll rewind it a little bit.
Including Venezuela.
Okay. And we'll just, I'll rewound it a few seconds, and let's just go forward here.
That are living in our country that were forced to leave their country. And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am.
Have you spoken with the oil companies about going into Venezuela? Have you received any commitments? Any commitments from the oil companies?
They want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place about, did you maybe tip them off about what was coming?
And they want to go in, and they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well. But you know, the infrastructure is rusty, rotten, most of it unusable. It's old, it's broken. You see pipes laying all over the ground. Nothing's been invested for years. Chevron's in, as you know, they've done a good job, but even they haven't been in a position to invest money because they're at a month-to-month basis.
What happened, Mr. President?
They're only there because I wanted them to be there.
Are there any contingencies in case the military in Venezuela is unhappy with the U.S. and the way it's running Venezuela? Do you guys have plans for anything?
So Venezuela thus far has been very nice, but it helps to have a force like we have. You know, we were ready for a second wave. We were all set to go, but we don't think we're going to need it.
There's about $17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela. Is that going to be...
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be something...
You say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion? It's much more than that.
Okay, so what is going to happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. But the main thing you have to fix, it's a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had, if I didn't win this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids. Lindsay would know that. You might say something on that because we were talking before. We would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly. We wouldn't have had jobs. And instead of having $18 trillion in, we would have had at least $5 to $10 trillion leaving the country. So our costs would have gone up, and all of the money we're setting a record. It's long broken. And that's it. That's after 10 months. We haven't included the 11th month yet. So we think we're going to hit over $20 trillion. The all-time record is 3 by another country known as China. About 10 years ago, they did 3. We're going to do close to 20 trillion. By the way, there has never been anything like this ever before. And it's all because of tariffs and the election, but it's because of tariffs.
There was a time...
Without tariffs, we wouldn't have 10 cents being invested.
There was a time back in 2016, I remember your RNC speech, and you were saying that regime change and nation building...
Where?
When you were speaking at the RNC back in 2016, you were criticizing regime change and nation building, the U.S. being involved in that. It seems obviously that your stance has changed on that. What led to that? And is the U.S. nation building now? Is that
this isn't a country that's on the other side of the world. This isn't a country like where you have to travel 24 hours in an airplane. This is Venezuela. It's in our area. The Don Road Doctrine.
So is that what you would say, that we're in the business of nation building now?
We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful, and where the oil is allowed to freely come out because that's good. It gets the prices down. That's good for our country. Now, we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
It sounds good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned...
Okay, so as you just heard, President Trump said that the president of Colombia is not going to be doing it he's running Colombia, but he's not going to be doing it very long. Although you could interpret him as saying he's not going to be doing drug stuff very long. The alleged drug activities he's doing, according to Trump. And he said He was asked if there's going to be an operation in Colombia soon. He said, sounds good to me. I'm going to play that again. Let's play that again. Hold on. I think I have it queued up here. Let's listen to that again.
Now we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor. And that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds
Colombia?
good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday.
They kill a lot of
Well, let me just hear what he says right at the end there.
people, yeah.
Secretary Rubio mentioned
Cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
It sounds
Colombia?
good to me.
Secretary
Yeah.
Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday.
They kill a lot of people, yeah.
Secretary Rubio.
Okay, so poll question. Let's see here. Will Trump conduct operation to remove Colombia's president? Well, no. I'm going to put the poll in the chat right now. Flash poll, quick poll. Sorry, Facebook. The polls are not fixed on Facebook. Sadly, they've been broken for months. It's sad. I've requested they fix it. Flash poll. So for YouTube and Twitch, you just heard President Trump said that the president of Colombia is not going to be doing it for very long, and that an operation in Colombia sounds good to me. Is that just bluster? All right. I said, will Trump conduct an operation to remove Colombia's president? Could you imagine? 70% on YouTube say yes. Could you imagine if the U.S. then did another operation and captured Colombia's president? I don't even know if I can imagine it. Here is what Twitch has to say. Wow. Twitch and YouTube are quite close here. 67% say yes on Twitch, 69% say yes on YouTube. This was tonight. This was tonight on Air Force One. This isn't like last week or something. One of our viewers thinks he's just trying to scare them. That's what Sicilian said. Now, the thing is, though, I mean, he's on record now as having done one operation to remove a leader. It just happened 2 days ago. So you can't say he would never do anything like that. Now Block says, does he have an indictment against him? I'm not aware. It's a good question. You know, Maduro had been indicted in part for drug-related crimes in the U.S. back in 2020. I'm not aware of an indictment for the Colombia president. Oh, President Trump, you heard, he strongly believes that Colombia's president is responsible for having lots of drugs come to the U.S. All right. So, hey, by the way, let me say a quick thanks to our moderators who are here. Hold on. I want to just thank them because we have a lot of people in the chat. So I really appreciate our moderators being here. Thank you to... Well, thanks for voting in our poll. So about 2/3 of you think that President Trump will carry out an operation to remove Colombia's president. Wow. Shout out to our moderators. Over there on Twitch, we got 13 Alamo, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Thank you. Also on Facebook, Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley. On X, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha. Thanks also, Christy Claff, for subscribing over there on Facebook. I appreciate that. And, oh, thanks, Sophie Carreta. Thanks, Sophie, for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that, Sophie. And thanks also, Ruth, for moderating on YouTube. Thank you, Ruth. All right, so what we're doing, Keisha Fowler's over there on YouTube. Hey, Keisha, thank you, moderating. So what we're going to do is we're giving you updates here. We got a lot to get to, but shortly before we came on the air, President Trump did a Q&A, a gaggle. I believe a gaggle is like an off-camera Q&A. Basically, but we get the audio of it. But I know some people hadn't heard that term. An informal briefing. I looked up, Gemini AI says it's an informal briefing that doesn't take place in the press secretary's office. It doesn't take place in the normal briefing room. It can take place in the press secretary's office or Air Force One. Anyways, and it's not televised. Okay, now, that's why we have just audio, but we have the audio. So we're going to listen to some more of this. And let's hear some more of what... Oh, and thanks also to, I owe a thank you to Mikia Lyles Barr. Thanks for the Facebook stars. Thank you. Oh, and thanks Martin G. for your support. And thanks to Jackie Morgan for your support. Jackie said, isn't a second wave for Venezuela expected? No, he said that the U.S. had planned a second wave, but they don't think they're going to need it now. He said that tonight. He said it yesterday, I think, too. Thank you so much to Jackie Morgan. But it's out there as like a threat, I guess, if the current government isn't cooperative enough. Thanks also to Steve Hook for your support. I really appreciate it, Steve. Thank you. And I haven't even had a chance to listen to this whole... I mean, I'm hearing it for the first time, too. Okay, so... so far, a couple of highlights from this gaggle from tonight. President Trump was asked who's in charge in Venezuela. He said, well... The vice president who's been sworn in as president, she's the head of government, but the U.S. is in charge, he said. He was asked whether there'd be elections soon, and he basically was saying, well, we need to fix the country up, including and emphasize the oil industry before elections can be held. And also, as you heard, he said that the president of Colombia won't be doing it much longer. And he said a military operation in Colombia, he was asked about it, and he said it sounds good to him. Okay, now let's continue here with some more of the press conference. I might just to do it because I think it's interesting. I'll rewind a couple seconds so you can hear the Colombia answer again because it's quite interesting. All right, here we go. Let's get back into this.
And that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long?
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds
Colombia?
good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday.
They kill a lot of people, yeah.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday in his remarks. Does the U.S. have a plan to do similar action in Cuba?
Survive because of Venezuela. And now they won't have that money coming in. They won't have the income coming in. You know, a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday. You know that. A lot of Cubans were killed.
Do you know how many? Does the administration know?
But there was a lot of death on the other side. No death.
Just President Trump, you heard him say tonight, a lot of Cubans were killed. As I mentioned when we came on the air, the Cuban government tonight has announced that 32 Cubans, members of their military and the Ministry of the Interior, were killed. That's what the Cuban government is claiming, that 32 were killed in the U.S. operation yesterday.
Death on our side. But there was a lot of death on the other side. No death on our side. But there was a lot of death on the other side, unfortunately. But a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday, trying to protect him.
There's been protesters killed in Iran. You said we were locked and loaded, ready to go. What is the line there for when the U.S. is going to get involved in those protests?
We'll take a look. We're watching it very closely. If if they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
Is that
Said something. So when he first got elected in January.
Just to clarify there, that's President Trump saying, as he has said, I think a couple days ago, that if Iran starts killing protesters, which may have started already. I mean, you hear reports of people getting killed during these protests, so I can't verify that, though. But he has said now multiple times, including tonight, if Iran starts killing protesters, the U.S. is going to hit Iran very hard.
Closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States.
Said something. So when he first got elected in January, we met, biggest comeback ever. We talked about
You think so, really? I didn't feel it was a comeback, actually.
So
Because the first one was
the bottom line is
rigged.
we talked about a drug caliphate in our backyard. We had Venezuela, we have Cuba, we have Colombia in our backyard. And these three countries have been condemned ever since I've been in politics. Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro's head. Chris Smith, the day he got inaugurated, said, I hope Trump will hold Maduro's feet to the fire. You did. So what has he done? He's going to clear our backyard of a drug caliphate, countries run by narco-terrorist dictators who murder, rape, send drugs into our country to kill thousands of our citizens. To my Democratic friends, you should be celebrating this. When bin Laden went down, I was the first to applaud.
Is this Lindsey Graham speaking? I can't see it. It sounds like it might be Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. I think, am I right? Chad, do you know? I wasn't aware he was going to be on here, but it sounds to me like him. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's him. That's my guess. A bunch of our viewers are saying it's him. So that'd be my guess, just to let you know. Because I didn't realize there was going to be somebody else on the plane talking here. All right. Anyways, I'm going to assume it's him. I'm sorry if I'm wrong, but let's keep playing this.
President Obama. This was one of the most sophisticated military operations in the history of the country. What they were able to do was amazing. They knew we were coming. We had a good part of the Navy, and they were able to capture this man alive. No military in the world could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
By the way, you mentioned something that's interesting. Lindsay mentioned bin Laden. I wrote about bin Laden 1 year before the attack on the World Trade Center. And I said, you got to go after bin Laden. It was in my book. And very few people want to say that, but it was in my book. You know that, I think. You've actually talked about it. But if they would have listened to me, they would have taken out bin Laden, and you wouldn't have had the World Trade Center tragedy.
Yeah, this is certainly going.
Did you know that? I predicted bin Laden.
I learned something every day.
No, but did you hear that?
Well, I didn't know. I just heard it right now.
No, I wrote a book. It was 1 year before the attack that the book came out, and it talked about, there's a whole page, a whole section dedicated to a guy named bin Laden who's a bad guy who you have to take out.
So I'll get the book. But right after the election, he told me, I'm going to clean up our backyard. Now, this was before he took office. This is one of the president's priorities, is to make sure that people in our backyard, narco-terrorist states, will not continue to kill Americans without the number of people that will be alive today because Venezuela will be in different hands is going to be tens of thousands. This is something to be celebrated, whether you like him or not.
Not just Venezuela. It's what's coming out of Venezuela in the form of ocean-going and Gulf-going and sea-going boats. Every time we knock out a boat, and we've done a lot of them, We did 3 over the last few days. They're very rare now. You don't see too many of them.
Hard to recruit.
But drugs by sea are down 97%. Think of that. And now we're going to stop them by land too. The land is easy. We had to do the sea before we did the land because it just works out.
Yeah, you were just talking about the land, but it sounded like you
And
weighed
by
out.
the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it, but unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico.
I remember one time you actually.
So, something else to keep in mind, Mexico. President Trump says we got to do something in Mexico. The drugs are coming across the border in Mexico. So that's another, we were talking about, is there going to be an operation in Colombia? Is there going to be something in Mexico? We might do a poll about that later. Anyways. But President Trump talking about having, and Lindsey Graham as well, in front of President Trump, talking about having these countries in the region be friendly and allies of the U.S. and doing business with the U.S. I mean, I think Mexico's considered an ally anyway. But anyways, will there be other military action by the U.S. in any of these other countries? I have no idea. Let me just go back and I just want to interject that.
Speaking of Mexico, yeah, you were just talking about the land, but it sounded like you weighed
And
out.
by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it, but unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico.
I remember one time you actually, speaking of Mexico, I asked you about Claudia Sheinbaum, and you told me at one point you had offered to send U.S. troops into
Sure, I
Mexico
did.
to combat drug trafficking there. Is that something you have
Well, I
spoken
like
to her
Claudia.
about?
I think she's a terrific person. I would say every single time I talk to her, I offered to send troops.
And she's just not willing?
She's concerned. She's a little afraid. The cartels are running Mexico. Whether you like it or not, it's
Like
not
it or
nice to
not.
say, but
It's
the
a fact.
cartels are running Mexico.
Yeah, speaking of those U.S. troops, I mean, one thing that Americans and a lot of people are wondering, you just sounded like you weighed out another strike, another land strike at least in Venezuela. You sound like you weighed that out. But
Well, we didn't need it.
but-
We were prepared to do a second strike if we needed. We're totally prepared.
But that's off
We're
the table.
still prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
Will you demand
The
that the
question
Venezuela,
is
sorry.
that the American troops, are they going to be on the ground? They're doing any kind of peacekeeping? I think Americans are very...
Depends. It depends on what happens. It depends a little bit on the new administration, if you want to call it.
So if you see that pushback from Rodriguez and ultimately...
Well, I don't think there was pushback. I think that
She called it...
you hear a different person than I hear.
Really? So you have spoken with her?
We talked to them, yeah.
Oh, you did speak with her?
They've been very good.
Because she called it kidnapping of Maduro.
It's all right. It's not a bad term. Go ahead.
No, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
I just want to point out he was asked about, will you demand that Delcy Rodriguez, who again is the acting president, who was the VP under Maduro, that's who the U.S. says it wants to work with now. And the question was, will you demand that she let people back in the country? Well, one of them was free political prisoners. And also, what was the other part of the question, like letting people out back in the country, I guess maybe who did not like Maduro? And President Trump said, well, we need to fix the country first. So he doesn't seem to be in a rush for that either. That was interesting. Hold on. I didn't mean to interrupt the question, but I thought that was interesting. Hold on a second here.
No, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections.
Now, is it fair?
We better bring the country back. Otherwise, you're going to have a mess that's so bad. It was really bad. It's going to get a lot worse unless we go in and fix it.
Is the U.S. going to reopen its embassy in Caracas or get the DEA?
We're thinking about it. We've been asked to do it.
You
We've actually been asked to do it.
Do you think
You had Putin and on the phone, of course, and then Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
You told me that
Numerous times.
You told me that your New Year's resolution was peace on earth. Do you think that 2026, if you could set a deadline of when the Russia-Ukraine
I don't
war...
do deadlines, but I would say that, like as an example, Thailand and Cambodia.
Well,
I was very proud of that. Wait a minute. And they started up again, and they got it solved.
Where does it
I give myself 1/4 of a point for that. So now I'm 8 1/4 points because they started up Thailand and Cambodia, and now it's okay.
So where does it actually stand between Russia and
think
Ukraine
we'll have a deal
right
at some point, hopefully in the not too distant. So I don't know if you saw the numbers just came out. 30,000 soldiers were killed this current month.
And there was that intelligence.
30,000. 27,000 the month before.
You and Senator Graham discussed additional Russia sanctions.
We discuss it all the time. There's nothing else I talk to him. I don't consider him very exciting to talk to, except when we're talking about legislation. And we talk about legislation all the time. You think that's an exciting relationship? It's not. But we talk a lot about legislation, and we have great legislation coming. You want to tell them?
So the tariff bill, so here's what I believe. I don't think we could have secured the border without the threat of tariffs. I don't think we'd have a European trade deal without the threat of tariffs. So if you want to end this conflict, then put pressure on Putin's customers. He sanctioned the 2 largest oil companies in Russia, which is the biggest pressure anybody's put on Putin since the war started. But we have 85 co-sponsors to give this president...
It's hurting Russia very bad, the sanctions.
Oh, yeah. So this bill would allow...
And India also is bullish.
Yes, sir. So he put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. I was at the Indian ambassador's house about a month ago, and all he wanted to talk about is how they're buying less Russian oil. Would you tell the president to relieve the tariff? This stuff works. So I'm hoping we'll bring the bill up, and it's from 0 to 500. He picks the number. Nobody else does. But if you're buying cheap Russian oil, keeping Putin's war machine going, we're trying to give the president the ability to make that a hard choice by tariffs. I really do believe that what he did with India is the chief reason India is now buying substantially less Russian oil. So I hope we pass this bill soon. And after this...
They wanted to make me happy, basically. He wanted to... Modi's a very good man.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He knew I was not happy, and it was important to make me happy. They do trade.
Yeah.
And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly, and it would be very bad for them.
All of that to say, you told me you weren't very thrilled.
And I'll tell you something, the Russian economy is lousy, but what's really lousy is the Venezuelan economy. The Venezuelan economy is, I think, the worst economy I've ever seen. If you look at inflation, things are doubling every day.
Stolen line.
It's a disaster. We got to fix the country fast.
President Trump, are there going to be any more? You said the oil companies are going to go in there. Are there any other companies that you've talked to about dealing with Venezuela? Maybe Mr. Lookner could talk about that. Are there any other corporations, entities outside of oil?
Outside of the oil business. Like who? Well, the oil business, yes, but outside, yes. Howard, you want
So you have steel, you have minerals, right? All the critical minerals. They have a great mining history that's gone rusty. So steel, aluminum, minerals, I mean, this is all, it's a rich, it was once upon a time one of the great economies and cultures of the world, and it was destroyed, and now President Trump is going to fix it and bring it back for the Venezuela.
But it's not easy. It's really gone bad. But it's got potential. What?
Maybe any rare earth minerals?
Yeah, rare earth, but everybody has rare earth. Rare earth is not rare. What's rare is the processing. We're doing processing plants. There's no such thing as rare earth. The rare earth is everywhere. What isn't everywhere is the processing of rare earth, and we have a lot of places going up right now.
One thing we haven't heard you specifically react to is the Minnesota fraud that we've seen play out.
Well, it just doesn't get worse. I've reacted. It's almost not even believable. This very stupid, low IQ governor, he's a very stupid man because, you know, I had a campaign against him with JD, and he's a stupid man, and he's a corrupt politician, and the Somalians are ripping off our country to the tune of, looks like $19 billion, but that's only what they can find. So usually when you're looking at 19, that would mean it could be 50, but the numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military. All they do is run around shooting people. And trying to capture ships. You know, we don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers, and it's very effective.
So
You notice there's nobody capturing ships anymore? Because as they head out to go capture the ship, and the ship doesn't want to fire back because it's very flammable stuff in many cases. And the insurance companies don't want, because they build $1 billion ship, and they don't want anybody firing rockets into the ship. But we're hitting them so hard, and it's very similar. Same missile system. It's called deadly accurate. And do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I hadn't thought about
The
that.
pirates aren't. Well, no.
No Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates. That's the end of the pirates. The shipping business is coming back because, see, these are little things that we're doing. And I'm doing it not just for American ships, I'm doing it worldwide. Because we don't want ships taken by Somalia pirates. But what they are doing is they're stealing money from the American taxpayer. And every one of them should be forced to leave this country, including Ilhan Omar, who's a total crook. And she's one of the leaders of it. Not the only, because she's not that smart. But think of it. $19 billion at least they've stolen from Minnesota and from the United States. It's actually more from the United States because Minnesota puts in, and we're not going to pay it anymore. We're going to have Waltz go pay. We're not going to pay them, and we're not going to pay California, and we're not going to pay Illinois with that big slob of a governor that they have that doesn't want. We brought down crime by 25%. He didn't do anything. He's not doing anything. But they want us to leave. He had a day where they had 17 murders not too long ago. 17 murders and 77 people shot. But 17 died. And then he talks about, we can handle it. He can't handle it. But we pull back and we'll go in at the appropriate time. But we're the ones that brought the crime down. We brought it down 20%. They didn't bring it down. Pritzker didn't bring it down. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. If we didn't go in to Los Angeles 7 months ago when they had the riots, even the police commissioner, the head of police, said if we didn't have the federal government go in, we would have lost total control of the city of Los Angeles, and they would have had to cancel the Olympics.
Sir, you said this. The National Guard, you pulled out the National Guard out of Portland.
We did.
In Los Angeles.
And you know what? Do you know that Portland, we got it down to almost no crime? Do you know that? But we pulled it out. We had a Supreme Court decision. We can go back. We're allowed to go back in. But we'll go back in when the crime starts. Look, the crime will soon start because they now know that we're out. And at the appropriate time, we'll go back in. And we may, if we're allowed to. The most powerful thing we haven't used, the Insurrection Act.
You're considering using the Insurrection Act?
I've always considered it, but we haven't needed it anywhere. 48% of the presidents of this country have used it. Bush used it, I think, 22 times or something. You know that, right? I mean, Bush the elder.
Now, what are your short-term next 2 weeks? What do you need from Delcy Rodriguez? You've threatened
total access. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
What other things?
A lot of things. Roads that aren't built, bridges that are falling down. Yeah, bridges that are falling down, nobody can go anywhere.
And on Greenland,
On Greenland now?
Yeah, on Greenland.
How did we come up to Greenland?
So, do you expect to take an action against Greenland?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland. Talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine, and we'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talked so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
All right, I want to stop for a second and just mention this. So you heard President Trump once again, as he has said before, we need Greenland for national security. Greenland, remember, is controlled by Denmark. And, well, I don't want to say completely controlled, but citizens of Greenland, Greenland is an autonomous territory in the Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark's a NATO country, in theory a U.S. ally. And it is in the Kingdom of Denmark, okay? Citizens of Greenland are full citizens of Denmark. That's from Wikipedia. So President Trump again tonight saying that the U.S. needs Greenland for national security. He also said, I think something like, we'll talk about Greenland in 2 months, or I think he said around 2 months. It sounded like maybe he just was like, well, I want to talk about these other things. So I'm not reading into that he has some concrete plan to do in 2 months. Then he said, did he say 20 days too? Did he say 20 days and 2 months maybe? But again, it didn't sound to me like he had some concrete plan in mind, but who knows? But I do want to mention this, if I can stop for a second and he said, we'll talk about it in 2 months and 20 days. The Prime Minister of Denmark made remarks today, I want to point out, and this comes after, for example, Katie Miller, who is Stephen Miller's, Katie Miller, who is Stephen Miller, Stephen Miller is one of the top advisors to President Trump. He is the Homeland Security advisor, Homeland Security advisor and White House Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, who many of you are familiar with. So his wife is Katie Miller, okay? She, Wikipedia describes her as a far-right political advisor. And Katie Miller, for example, yesterday on her X account posted this, and it says soon, and it's Greenland, but it has the U.S. flag on it. So that's what she posted, soon. So I don't know if that had anything to do with you heard what President Trump had to say about Greenland tonight, but earlier today, the Prime Minister of Denmark, which again, Greenland is a territory in the Kingdom of Denmark, the Prime Minister of Denmark had this to say. This is BNO News posted it. I've seen it elsewhere too. Here is what the Prime Minister of Denmark, I'm probably going to pronounce this name wrong, Mette Frederiksen, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong, said. The Prime Minister of Denmark said, I have this to say very directly to the U.S. It makes absolutely no sense to talk about the need for the U.S. to take over Greenland. The USA has no right to annex one of the 3 countries in the Kingdom of Denmark. The Kingdom of Denmark and thus Greenland is part of NATO and is therefore covered by the alliance's security guarantee. We already have a defense agreement between the Kingdom and the U.S., which gives the U.S. wide access to Greenland. And we, on the part of the Kingdom, have invested significantly in security in the Arctic. I would therefore strongly urge the U.S. to stop the threats against a historically close ally and against another country and people who have very clearly said, those are the people of Greenland, who have very clearly said they are not for sale. Now that was at 5:41 p.m. I believe, if I'm right, President Trump, his remarks about Greenland, which we just heard, were probably within an hour or two after. Well, no. Oh, I'm sorry. But this was said earlier today because this BNO News posted it, but it was posted earlier today too. So these remarks are from earlier today, as I understand it. But tonight, the same day, later that day, tonight, President Trump just said on Air Force One, we need Greenland for our national security. You heard him say it. Now, also, I believe the president of Finland commented on this today. Hold on, see if I can pull that up for you. Alexander Stubb, who's the president of Finland, he posted today, look, he reposted the statement from the Prime Minister of Denmark and said, no one decides for Greenland and Denmark, but Greenland and Denmark themselves. Our Nordic friend Denmark and and the Prime Minister's office in Denmark have our full support. Okay? And yeah, this is the statement. This is from today. That's from the statement from the Prime Minister of Denmark, which I just read you. Okay? I think maybe, did Norway comment on this as well? Let's see. I thought maybe I read something about that. Yes. The Prime Minister of, hold on. Yeah, I'm probably going to pronounce his name wrong. The Prime Minister of Norway, I'm going to just say Jonas Gahr Store, but I'm not sure how to pronounce this. This is the Prime Minister of Norway. Okay? Again, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Jonas Gahr Store. He said 5 hours ago, Greenland is part of the Kingdom of Denmark. Norway fully supports the Kingdom of Denmark. So you have the Prime Minister of Denmark making that statement today, and you have the President of Finland and the Prime Minister of Norway speaking in support of them about Greenland belonging to Denmark. But with that in mind, just listen again to what President Trump had to say during his audio gaggle on the Air Force One just a couple hours ago. Hang on. All right, here's what President Trump had to say about Greenland moments ago. Then I'll take some comments from you guys. Then we'll listen to the rest of the gaggle. But here it is again. This is from just like a couple hours ago tonight on Air Force One. President Trump talking about Greenland. And now when President Trump's, I mean, he's been talking about Greenland during his second term. But now he's talking about Greenland when we've already seen that President Trump has now carried out this military operation to capture the president of Venezuela. That just happened. So maybe gives a little more, that was not on President Trump's record before when he talked about Greenland. So let me just play this again, then I'll take some comments from you guys.
Allow us to rebuild their country.
What other things?
A lot of things. Roads that aren't built, bridges that are falling down.
Let's talk about
bridges
Venezuela.
that are falling down. Nobody can go anywhere.
And on Greenland,
What, Greenland now?
yeah, on Greenland.
How did we come up to Greenland?
So, do you expect to take an action against Greenland?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland. Talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine, and we'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talked so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you.
So he says Denmark's not going to be able to do it. You know, when I listened to that again, and then he said the 2 months and 20 days, I don't know. It sort of sounded like when he said the 20 days, it was kind of specific. I mean, when he said the 2 months, I was kind of like, okay, he's just trying to say, look, I can't deal with this right now. But then after 2 months, he said 20 days. So maybe we'll do a quick poll question. Will Trump take military action in Greenland? Will Trump take over at least some of Greenland? How's that? Will Trump take over at least some of Greenland? That is the question I'm asking the chat right now. And I'll take some comments too. But, I mean, that was an interesting moment. I just think, you know, there's a bit of different context now when he talks about Greenland, given that he's now carried out a military operation to capture the president of Venezuela and take him to the U.S. All right, let's see what you guys have to say about this. I said to you, will Trump take over at least some of Greenland? Here is what our viewers are saying right now. On YouTube, 53% say yes. They're split on YouTube. And on Twitch, let's see what Twitch is saying. I mean, you heard him say repeatedly tonight, we need Greenland. He said it just like that, repeatedly. He said Denmark can't do it. Denmark can't do it. 40% on Twitch say yes, 60% say no, 54% on YouTube say yes, 46% say no. Let's see here. Badger says he wasn't the president of Venezuela. He stole the election. Over 50 countries did not see him as president. Oh, look, when I say president of Venezuela, he was the acting ruler of Venezuela. So, I mean, yeah, there's different ways you can read that term. I think people understand that you can use that term in a way to mean the acting leader of the country. Yes, as we have said many times and covered on this broadcast, it is widely believed he stole the election. The U.S. position is that he stole the election. Evidence suggests that Maduro stole the election. At the same time, he was the acting leader of Venezuela. So when I say when I say from here forth, let it be known, when I say President Maduro, that does not imply that he won the election fair and square. Let's see here. One of our viewers said, I think Trump is on random mode. Let's see here. Gaxley says this question is pretty controversial. Yeah, I don't look. He has said it again and again and again. He's very emphatic when he talks about it. So I don't know. D Crusher thinks the U.S. already has a base in Greenland. You don't need all of Greenland for security reasons. This is not about security. This is about natural resources, thinks D Crusher. Jasmine Beatty says he needs to leave Greenland alone. Ryan thinks he will probably get more military bases in Greenland. All right, thanks for voting in our poll. Let me say a quick thanks to Canadian Girl Stunter, who says, can he come get our Canadian Prime Minister, please? Thanks to Firestar, who says, America first, repairing Venezuela bridges. Thanks to Scoobs4. Thanks, Trippy. Trippy thinks Cuba's going to be the Bay of Pigs again. Thanks, Content 13. Yes, yesterday, Content. President Trump was asked about this. Yesterday, well, he was asked about something like this. But yesterday, after President Trump's press conference yesterday, the vice president did say that Maduro was still the one president and requested his return. That is true. But President Trump was asked about this during this gaggle tonight, and he said that she's been cooperative. So he didn't make much of her remarks yesterday, it sounds like. Thanks to Content 13. Thanks Mike Fallon 864 and Peasy Wheats and Notre Dame, and who thinks Venezuela should be a U.S. state. Thanks also Kenneth Colton and Steve Hook, and also Larry Picklejar on Twitch, Jack Dawson on Twitch, and a Big Dog Gaming and Dodo Bird on Twitch. All right, so I want to give you more updates on Venezuela, but there's just a few minutes of we're listening because this President Trump did this Q&A on Air Force One tonight that was just shortly before we came on the air. So we've been, oh, hold on a second. I just saw something here. Hold on a second here. What is this here? Give me 1 second. Let me just look at something real quick. There was a Delcy Rodriguez statement. Hold on. Tonight. So let me just see if I can track that down. Maybe we can look at that too. Hang on, guys. Just hang on a moment. If I can find it here. I saw a report about a Delcy Rodriguez statement tonight, but I want to find the actual statement. Let's see. Is that a new? Oh, I have it. New statement from Delcy Rodriguez. I should show you this right now. I'm going to show this to you right now. It's so confusing because she's posting. Did she post this only on Instagram? I didn't see it. Did she post it on Facebook? I don't think she really posts on X. So you got to go to all these different places. Yeah, it's not on her X account. All right. So about an hour ago, Delcy Rodriguez, the acting president of Venezuela, posted a statement. But it's like, how many social media sites do I need to check now? Because she posted it on Instagram. Did she post it on her Facebook? Let's see. I mean, you know. I'm looking at her Facebook. Oh, she did post on Facebook. All right, let's read this. Okay, hang on. I'm going to show you this right now. She said, "Why we prioritize moving towards balanced and respectful international relations between the U.S. and Venezuela. We invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation." All right, hold on. I'm going to post this. Let me just post it. I'm going to show it to you right now. We're going to read the new Delcy Rodriguez statement. New statement from acting Venezuelan President Delcy Rodriguez. Here it is. Thanks for your patience. All right, here it is, right here. Look. So this was posted, it says, at about an hour ago. This came out at 8. This came out while we were streaming. This came out during our stream. Here's what she has to say. A message from Venezuela to the world and to the United States. Remember, she is Maduro's vice president, who is now the acting president because Maduro's not there. But she's part of the Maduro regime. But the President Trump and the Trump administration have said that's who we're working with now. A message from Venezuela to the world and to the United States. Venezuela reaffirms its commitment to peace and peaceful coexistence. Our country aspires to live without external threats in an environment of respect and international cooperation. We believe that global peace is built by first guaranteeing peace within each nation. We prioritize moving towards balanced and respectful international relations between the United States and Venezuela, and between Venezuela and other countries in the region, premised on sovereign equality and non-interference. These principles guide our diplomacy with the rest of the world. We invite the U.S. government to collaborate with us on an agenda of cooperation oriented towards shared development within the framework of international law to strengthen lasting community coexistence. President Donald Trump, our peoples and our region deserve peace and dialogue, not war. This has always been President Nicolás Maduro's message, and it is the message of all of Venezuela right now. This is the Venezuela I believe in and have dedicated my life to. I dream of a Venezuela where all good Venezuelans can come together. Venezuela has the right to peace, development, sovereignty, and a future. Delcy Rodriguez, acting president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. So, what do you guys think about that post by Delcy Rodriguez about an hour ago? Libra Goddess says word salad for no retaliation. Well, there's certainly well, I don't know what you mean by retaliation. I don't know which side you mean retaliation, Libra Goddess. But she certainly seems to be calling for no more U.S. military strikes. The Dawn-Off thinks she's playing both sides. Right. Now, as Fairly Local says, there's no talk like yesterday of releasing Maduro. There's no talk of like this being a criminal action. There's no criticism here, or really mention of the United States action yesterday. At the same time, there's things like that they want peace, they want international law to be respected, they want balanced and respectful international relations between the U.S. and Venezuela. They want sovereignty, self-control. So you can read in criticisms in those things, but it's certainly not overtly critical of the operation. Frozen Nicole said, so did she just hand over the country to the USA? No, this was posted an hour ago. It was literally posted at 8:56 p.m. Neo Geo Zach says this is really a now what situation. Tally Amos says drill baby drill. El Grafu thinks she is for the power. She wants the power no matter what. So you could read into this different ways. Oh, by the way, it was Rinda Lynn sent me a video from. It was we were talking about whose voice is that when we were saying Lindsey Graham. But yeah, it was Lindsey Graham. It is Lindsey Graham who's on Air Force One tonight because Rinda Lynn sent me a video from C-SPAN showing it. Thanks, Rinda. Hang on, I want to take some more comments from you guys. But this is some news again. Our viewer Jonathan's back says, America, if not careful, will be next. All right, hold on a moment here. Karen Moore, our viewer, says, I've heard the arguments, but I really don't know how this is putting Americans first. I would rather he fix our economy. She's talking about Trump. How does this help me afford groceries or health insurance? Oh, one of our viewers wrote in, Cisco, Cisco pointed out that in Colombia, there's a presidential election in May, at the end of May, there's an election. And also, constitutionally, the Colombian president cannot run again. Petro. But that's what it says in Wikipedia. So I think maybe our viewer was thinking that Trump was talking about that. Because President Trump said he's not going to be doing it for long, but I don't know. I mean, that election is at the end of May 31st. And then when would the inauguration be? I mean, Gustavo Petro assumed office in August 7th of 2022. So if that's when they normally would assume office, that's a while. So I don't know that when President Trump was talking about the Colombian president and saying, I mean, he's also, made threats about the Colombian president. It doesn't sound to me that that's all just saying, well, he's going to be out of office because there's an election coming up. Seemed to me like he was saying something else. But I do appreciate the perspective from Cisco. That's interesting, though. All right, let's see here. And also, President Trump, obviously, I mean, during this gaggle, he was asked about a military operation in Colombia, similar to the one in Venezuela, and he said, I think it might be a good idea. So he wasn't just talking about waiting for the election there. All right, let's do this. We still have a couple minutes of the, we haven't even listened to all of the, of the gaggle. So let's just finish off that, and then we'll talk about some more things. Let's finish listening to President Trump on Air Force One tonight. We have a few minutes more of that. Hey, by the way, thanks so much to Shadow. Shadow says 40 people killed in Venezuela during the kidnapping. Sad to see the media not reporting on it. Well, I mean, we literally, at the start of this stream, we talked for a bit, and I posted about it on X. We talked for a bit about how the Cuban government tonight said 32 Cubans in their military and Ministry of the Interior were killed in the American military action. That's what they said. The Cuban government said 32 people. I don't know that we've gotten a firm number from the Venezuelan government. Thank you, Shadow, for your support. Thanks also to Last Names, who said this feels like 1950s Iran all over again. Thank you so much, AZ Intel's dad. I really appreciate that. And also Jono 1809. Jono thinks by 2050 it is projected the Earth will have warmed enough to make a year-round trade route going north of Alaska and between Greenland and Canada. That's what Jono has heard. Thanks, Ralph Holzer and Timothy 747. All right, we got to do this. We need to do this. Okay, so we're going to have more for you, but I really want to hear, because we've been hearing a lot of interesting stuff on this. We got a few minutes more of the audio from Air Force One, where President Trump was taking questions tonight. Let's listen to a bit more of this. We've heard him talk about Venezuela and also Colombia and Greenland. Let's hear and other things. So let's see if we hear any more about Venezuela as he is taking questions here.
Sir, what would the
recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled.
So this is him talking about Greenland and saying Denmark the run up to this, he was saying that we need Greenland for our national security, and he said Denmark isn't doing enough. It belongs to Denmark. It's a kingdom of Denmark. So let me just I'll hit play here, and you can hear this.
From the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it. I can tell you.
Sir, what would the justification be, sir? What would the justification
to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true.
Sir,
they thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland? What would the justification be?
I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it. And they know that.
I think there's some confusion
that the
about
operation in Venezuela will affect your relationship with Xi Jinping and China?
No, I don't think so. I have a very good relationship. We have the power of tariffs, and he has other powers on us.
Are you still planning to travel to see him in April?
Yeah, I'll be going in April.
I think there's some confusion from Americans and maybe the community in the world when it comes to what you said about Rodriguez earlier today in a phone interview. You said that she would face the same fate, if not worse, than Maduro. But it sounds like you're talking to her on the phone and wanting to work with her.
My people, it's the same thing.
Are considering her in power. Can you just clarify where you stand on Delcy Rodriguez right now being in
I don't
power?
have to tell you. I just say that she will face a situation probably worse than Maduro, because Maduro gave up immediately.
So she could also be captured.
He raised his hand, he gave up, and he did the right thing, but he gave up. So we were so effective, and it was so fast and violent. It was very violent, but we were so effective. He raised his hands, he gave up.
What was the most violent moment during the raid?
I don't want to tell you.
Did you get a...
I do want to point out that President Trump is saying that Delcy Rodriguez, the vice president and now acting president in Venezuela, who Trump says the U.S. is working with now, he said that she would face a worse fate than Maduro if she didn't cooperate properly with the U.S. Now, I'm not aware. Remember, Maduro had been charged with crimes in 2020 in the U.S. And the U.S., the Trump administration, framed the capture of Maduro as a law enforcement action, as taking somebody into custody who'd been charged in the U.S. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not aware that Delcy Rodriguez has been charged with crimes in the U.S. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I don't remember hearing that she had been charged with crimes. So if she hasn't been charged with crimes, then capturing her would not be framed, you couldn't frame that as a law enforcement action unless there's new charges or something. Anyways, I'm just pointing that out. One of our viewers said Delcy next. Yeah, but you heard him, was kind of threatening there. Anyways.
What was the most violent moment during the raid?
I don't want to tell you.
Did you get a briefing? Did you get a briefing at all on Maduro's first night in U.S. custody, and what can you tell us about that?
On every aspect of it, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk to the press about it. You'll find out.
When it comes to him in court tomorrow, I mean, what's the end game here with Maduro? Does he just rot in a U.S. prison?
We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case it's infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places, and they're all dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man. Killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
After he stands
Can I just say something? We got this. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. President Biden put a $25 billion bounty on the guy's head. Why? Because he was a horrible criminal, murderer, poisoning our people. Every administration has been saying he's a threat to our country. He's a bad guy. This is the first guy that's actually done something about it. Here's the story for me. He could be in Turkey today, but he's in New York. So if you tell people in Cuba, you need to stop being a communist dictatorship threatening America, you should go somewhere else. You better take the offer. Maduro has nobody to blame but himself. He gave him a way out. He chose to defy Trump and the U.S. military, and his ass is in jail where he deserves to be, and every president has said the same thing, but he did it.
You know, one of the things that is happening, and I think you see it all the time, Howard, you've seen it, that Cuba is ready to fall. You know,
yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Marco Rubio has really had your ear, it seems, throughout this entire process. I know that Vice President Vance was just down the street when this whole operation was playing out, but would you say that Marco Rubio has your ear more than the Vice President right now?
No, they both do. No. JD's very smart, doing a great job, and so is Marco. No, both.
It sounds like
I would say equal.
The go-to, and you were just talking about Cuba and what could come next there. Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight?
I have.
They go down for the count, and Cuba looks like it's going down. What do you think, Howard?
It's going down. They've lived off of Venezuela, right? The economics were all Venezuelan, right? That's why you said the protective force of Maduro was Cuban, right? They were Cuban guards, so they were just paying Cuba when that money stops.
Don't hire them in the future.
Yeah, they weren't very good.
People from our country who were forced to come over, they really didn't want, they were from Cuba. People from different countries like to stay in those countries, whatever, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And people want to go back to Cuba, and they want to work in Cuba, but Cuba's going down for the count. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk back in the fold? You had dinner with him last night at Mar-a-Lago.
Elon's great. I say about Elon, he's 80% super genius and 20% he makes mistakes. But he's a good guy. He's a well-meaning person.
Can I ask you about one more thing that I've been wanting to ask you the last couple of days? You said that you were very angry.
Got a lot of questions.
I do have a lot of questions.
Tell him who you're with. Go ahead.
I'm with News Nation. My name's Libby D. So you said that you were really very angry with the Ukrainian President Zelensky if he was the one who conducted that strike on Putin's residence.
I don't believe that strike happened.
Right. So Putin had said in that phone call to you that strike happened. You came out and said that, and you believed Putin. And there was some criticism.
There is something that happened fairly nearby, but had nothing to do with this.
Why did you believe Putin in that moment and then go say that about Ukrainian
Because nobody
President
knew at that moment.
Zelensky?
I mean, that was the first I heard about it.
So why not
He said
wait?
that his house was attacked. We don't believe that happened, now that we have been able to check.
Yeah.
But that was the first we ever heard about it. We just hope that Russia and Ukraine get it settled.
Amen.
It's costing us nothing. In fact, we make money because unlike Biden gave $350 billion, gave it away. Now, I got a lot of it back because we did a rare earth deal going into rare earth. And we're going to get a lot of that money back, maybe all of the money, maybe more than all of the money. But we get paid now whenever we send anything, they pay. So this isn't an economic thing for us. This is a soul. This is a situation where on average 25,000 souls, 25,000 soldiers mostly, and some people from Kiev and different cities, but a very small number by comparison. But 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers are being killed every single month. And they're not from America, they're from Russia, and they're from Ukraine. And if I could get it stopped, I'd like to get it stopped. And I think we will. Thank you very much, everybody.
You've talked about returning some control to American companies. Did that play at all into your decision to capture Maduro?
What really played is the fact that he sent millions of people into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and drug dealers and every drug addict in that country, in his country, was sent into our country. Think of that. Every single drug addict from Maduro's country, which isn't really his country, and it's certainly not his country anymore. Every drug addict and every drug dealer has been sent into our country. Now, we're getting them back, but it's a very laborious job to get them back. Very hard job to get. And, of course, we're not getting a lot of good backup from certain judges, from certain radical left. But we're doing well on appeals because the people doing the appeals, seems that the judges are much more sane. What these super radical left judges are doing to our country, it's incredible. But if you take a look, Maduro sent hundreds of thousands and even millions of people from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everybody. He sent anybody with a problem to it. It can never be forgiven. And other countries have done the same, but nothing like Maduro's done.
During your campaign, you talked about ending American foreign intervention. What changed your mind with Venezuela? What kind of grew your interest there?
The fact that he sent drugs into our country. We're stopping it rapidly with what we're doing with the sea, because they come in, a lot of it comes in by sea, but it's not coming. The drugs coming in, as I said before, by sea are down 97%. You should be saying, thank you very much, President Trump, great job. Now they can't get anybody to pilot those boats. You know, it's 97%. I'm trying to figure out who are the other 3%.
What's your response? What's your response to supporters who voted for you, who may be glad and relieved to see Maduro in custody, but may be worried about a forever war with Venezuela?
The voters that voted for me are thrilled. They said, this is what we voted for.
So let's just think about it. What is the right response when a country sends in tens of thousands of people to overwhelm your system? When a country is a narco-terrorist state that floods your country with cocaine, that's aligned with Hezbollah, what's the right response? You blow up the boat before they get here. You take down the source of the problem. President Trump didn't wake up one day and say, hey, let's take Venezuela. He did what other people talked about, but didn't have the balls or the guts to do it. This is a good thing. This is not interventionism. This is making America safer. We're going to be more prosperous because of the business deals. There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild their system. They're going to spend billions of dollars, and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they stole. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away. And all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed. And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild it. We're not going to spend very much money at all, if anything. But the oil companies are going to go, we're going to take our oil back. But we're going to also do things that, when you look at what he did, the drugs are terrible, but also terrible. He sent hundreds of thousands of people into our country that should not be here. And that means from prisons. That means Tren de Aragua, the gang, yes. Tren de Aragua, that comes out of Maduro's country. He was very friendly with that gang. Well, they're having a hard time right now. You know, we had Tren de Aragua all over Washington, D.C., and they got the hell beat out of them. Washington, D.C. is the safest city right now in the United States. Thank you very much, everybody.
If you had to sum up Operation Absolute Resolve, would you say that it was about oil or it was about regime change?
It's about peace on Earth.
How is it peace on Earth?
Peace on Earth. We got to have peace. It's our hemisphere. The Monroe Doctrine was very important when it was done, and other presidents, a lot of them, they lost sight of it. I didn't. I didn't lose sight. But it really is. It's peace on Earth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So that was tonight on Air Force One. President Trump repeatedly talking about the Monroe Doctrine now. He actually mentioned the words the Donroe Doctrine. You can see Wikipedia. The Monroe Doctrine is a United States foreign policy position that opposes European colonialism in the Western Hemisphere. It holds that any intervention in the political affairs of the Americas by foreign powers is a potentially hostile act against the United States. Was first articulated by President James Monroe in the early 1800s. All right. So that was very interesting. I have some more to discuss with you now. By the way, our viewer Dan Lampkin says, I think the USA running around like a bully could cause Americans and American interests to be attacked in various weak points around the globe. Hopefully not to the point of embassy staff being taken hostage like in Iran. This is starting to look a lot like how other regimes collapse, getting a little too spread out. That's what our viewer Dan Lampkin said. The King of Wit says blowback will occur. All right, so we need to discuss. I showed you the new Delcy Rodriguez statement. Let's take some comments from you guys. Dutchson says, who would attack the USA? China, Russia, Europe. Who else is there? Lunali Sirius says, Venezuela oil belongs to the Venezuelan people. Jen Xer says, empire in decline. Hey, thanks Jax Animals for subscribing and Oloso for subscribing. Shout out to JD63 for the memberships. Chris Rowe, thanks for your support. Shadow, thanks for your support. So I want to talk about. So remember, just to sum up some of the things we heard on Air Force One, President Trump said we're in charge of Venezuela, he said again. He was asked about conducting elections in Venezuela, whether the U.S. will push for opposition figures to be let back in and political prisoners to be released. He said the first thing we need to do is fix the oil and fix the country. He repeatedly talked about fixing the oil and fixing the country being a priority and really prioritizing the oil and having oil companies come in. He said that an operation in Colombia, a military operation against the president there, sounded like a good idea to him. He also said that that U.S. needs Greenland for its national security, and some other things we talked about as well. But that was an interesting appearance. If you didn't hear it, we can rewind. Oh, thanks to I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie thinks DJT is the greatest president of my lifetime, and I am a Reagan conservative, says I Am Charlie. Hey, thank you, I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie, thanks for serving in the military, too. Thanks for your service. I Am Charlie. Let's see. So I want to take more comments from you guys. We haven't even looked at what we might look at what the defense minister said today in Venezuela. There was a really interesting article I wanted to mention. An article talking about the difficulty, what it will take to get the oil industry producing more again in Venezuela. So I wanted to talk about that and, again, take more comments from you guys. Maybe what we'll do real quick. So normally, this is a sponsored broadcast. Normally what we do is with a sponsored broadcast is have a word about the sponsor at the beginning, and then some word towards the second half of the stream. Have a quick word again about our sponsor, Gold Safe Exchange. I really appreciate it. So let's hear a quick word from me about our sponsor, and then after that we'll get to everything else. We'll get to more of your comments, and we'll get to that article. I want to talk about the oil industry there. So a quick word about our sponsor right now. You know, a number of people these days are investing in gold, silver, and other precious metals as a way of diversifying their portfolio. If you're interested in purchasing some precious metals, one way you can do that is with a precious metals IRA. This is an IRS-approved type of IRA in which your savings are invested into gold or other precious metals. If that kind of thing sounds interesting to you, if you want to know more, you can reach out to the folks at Gold Safe Exchange. They specialize in gold IRAs and other precious metals IRAs. Gold Safe Exchange puts a priority on customer service and transparency. They've got an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They have a price match guarantee. If you find a lower quote, they'll beat it. And they explain their processes in clear language so their clients know what's happening with their money. Also, they abide by all government security and safety standards. So if you're even a little interested in opening a gold IRA or other precious metals IRA, call Gold Safe Exchange at 800-341-6727 for a no-pressure chat. Or visit them on the web at goldsafeexchange.com/agenda-free. And mention Agenda-Free TV when you reach out to access a special offer where you could get free gold or silver with qualifying purchases. All right, so let's get into it. Hey, let me just say a quick thanks to our moderators. I really appreciate them. A lot of people in the chat tonight, which is great, but we can only have our chat rooms because our moderators are there. Ruth is moderating over there on YouTube. Leslie Ladyhawk is there. On Twitch, we have Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Surly Dev. On Facebook, Kay Larry Body, Margaret Riley have been over there. Paul Anderson, thank you. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Thanks, Christy Claff, for subscribing over there on Facebook, if I didn't thank you before. Let me just take 2 seconds and make sure I'm not missing anything breaking. We had the statement from Delcy Rodriguez, which we read you before. That came out while we were on the air. Hang on a moment here. Just like to make sure I don't have anything here. Where is this? Hold on, I'm seeing something else. Venezuela Presidential Office website. The Venezuela Presidential Office website. Where is that? Where is the website? Miraflores Palace. Palacio de Miraflores website. Where is the website? I'm hearing something is on there. I found one which is like a hotel. That's not it. Oh, this must be what they're talking about. Is this it here? Yeah, so I mentioned, so you can see it says right here, on Delcy Rodriguez's Facebook page, it calls her acting president now. See, acting president. And then I assume, because this, we read this statement by her that came out about an hour and a half ago. We read this, and it had these 2 pictures, which I didn't show you. But I believe this is her acting as president, hosting some kind of meeting, it looks like there. But these were posted along, these pictures were posted along with the statement. Now remember, though, Trump says the U.S. is in charge there. I don't believe there's any Americans at that meeting. Let's talk about this. I want to mention this. It was interesting. So there's an article today so President Trump, he's talking about, you heard him on Air Force One tonight. He keeps saying that the first thing the U.S. has to do, the big thing he's saying is the oil, is have U.S. oil companies come in and they're ready to spend lots of money and get the oil industry, which has really collapsed under Chavez and then Maduro in Venezuela. That oil industry has really collapsed, producing way less than it used to. Trump says that the U.S. oil companies are going to go in there and spend money and get that oil flowing again. to a great degree in a way that it has not been. So The Economist had an article on this, and I'm going to post a link to the article in the chat. It's called Donald Trump's Great Venezuelan Gamble. And the subheadline is, "The country has the world's largest petroleum reserves. Getting them out of the ground will be tortuous." Tortuous means like painstaking, timely, complex, lengthy and complex. And I'm not going to read the whole article, but I did want to focus on a couple things the article said about the difficulties facing getting this, with the idea of getting this oil industry going again. So one thing they said is that if basic maintenance and repairs are done on the oil industry, so crude oil production back in they have a graph, and back in the 1970s they were producing almost 4 million barrels a day. It looks like, if I'm reading this right. Yeah, 4 million barrels a day. Now it's down at about roughly 1 million barrels a day, I think, according to the chart. But again, in 1970s, it was around 4 million barrels a day. And in 2010, it was down. It went down a bunch in the 80s and 90s, then went back up. But it's dropped a lot from like 2010 to like 2020. It went in 2010, it was around 3 million barrels a day. By 2020, it was about 1 million barrels a day. So from 2010 to 2020, it dropped from roughly 3 million to 1 million barrels a day. Okay. Now, The Economist says, well, if you did the basic maintenance and repairs, then by the end of the year, maybe you'd have about 1.2 million barrels a day being produced. And The Economist said that would be still be some way short of the country's maximum potential output. And that would make it about the 18th largest producer in the world. The Economist says to get higher than that, to pump more than that, Venezuela would need to overcome 3 problems: a dire need for funds, a shortage of labor, and a saturated global market. So again, let me just speak a little bit about each of these factors The Economist cites. They say a consultancy that The Economist cited an estimate from estimated that $110 billion in exploration and production alone would be required to bring the country's output back to where it was 15 years ago. $110 billion is twice the amount that American oil majors combined invested worldwide in 2024. The Economist says, now President Trump seems to think that these oil companies, American oil companies, are ready to start spending a lot of money in Venezuela. But The Economist says they might not be. They point out that the success of Trump's plans is hardly guaranteed. President Trump is not even going to be in the White House 3 years from now. Now, somebody else will be in the White House. President Trump's term ends. They point out that so things might change then, depending on the election. Who knows what the next president's policies will be on this. Also, President Trump may lose interest, they say. Also, banks and insurers, which would be needed to finance and secure shipments, would be even slower to return. So that's one, it's a lot of money we're talking about, and it's not clear that companies are ready to invest that kind of money right now. That's point one. Point two is, even if that money could be provided, The Economist says it's doubtful that Venezuela's oil industry could keep pace. There's been a huge brain drain from the Venezuelan oil industry. Tens of thousands of skilled workers, from engineers to geologists, have left the country. The state oil country is now largely run by the armed forces. The Economist says that to form joint ventures that work well with Western firms, you'd basically have to totally reform the state oil company, and that could take many years. So again, there's a labor shortage, a brain drain, which has you're going to need many more skilled workers and reform of the state oil company to have something that can work with these successfully with these outside oil companies. That's the second point. The third point is whatever extra oil Venezuela can pump will flow into a saturated market, says The Economist. They say that the IEA expects global crude supply to exceed demand until at least the end of the decade because of strong production in other countries and also not high growth in demand. Also, The Economist says this: many analysts expect oil surpluses to lower global oil prices to under $50 a barrel and possibly below this year and next. And under $50 a barrel would be below the break-even price for most existing Venezuelan fields with decent reserves. And new projects are often less competitive. So what they're saying is the projected oil price for the next couple of years is so low that it would not be worth it for companies to be pumping new barrels out of Venezuela because it would be below the break-even price given the cost of producing oil and getting new oil pumped, new projects in Venezuela. It wouldn't make money because of the lowness of the oil price, which is interesting. So basically, the article says, to try to bring Venezuelan output to its level, back to its level in the late 2010s, looks like a long-term project. Long-term. We're talking about years and years. So it's an interesting perspective on all of this. I'll post a link to the article again. But my point is that it certainly doesn't seem like something that's going to happen weeks or months. And there are these huge obstacles that stand in the way of really getting a huge bump in the oil production there. And it's going to be very expensive to do so. Okay? So anyways, it's just an interesting article with some interesting perspective. You might not agree with it, but I thought that was quite interesting. That came out, I think it was today in The Economist. It's an article from today. So, and I think the point it makes is interesting too, is if you're an oil company, Trump is only going to be president for 3 more years. And who knows what happens? Who knows, the next president might not be interested in supporting Venezuela or have a relationship. Also, I got to say, you might think as an oil, if you're in a big oil company, you also have to wonder, like, is there going to be unrest in Venezuela? I mean, if you're going to start putting in lots of money, we're talking about billions and billions of dollars, tens of billions of dollars. If you're going to be spending that kind of money, you don't want to spend it and have there be civil unrest in Venezuela in a couple of years, and then you can't pump the oil anymore, right? So it's a similar argument to why why people might be resistant to pouring money back into Gaza to rebuild Gaza. You're not going to want to put a lot of money into Gaza if you think there's just going to be more fighting there. So that's an interesting point too. So anyways, I just think the point is that it's a complex situation with the oil. And there's good reasons to think that it's quite a long-term project to really get that oil production back to close to where it used to be. Anyway, so I thought that was interesting perspective. But let's see here. You can check The Economist for that, though. Crime expert says Iraq and Afghanistan are great examples. And another thing to remember is President Trump he seemed to suggest tonight on Air Force One that there weren't going to be new elections, or calls for political prisoners to be released. None of that stuff until the oil industry had been fixed. But how long is that going to take? And, you know, our viewer, P.S. Frazier, thinks there could be attacks on the oil infrastructure. I have no idea how likely that is. I understand what you're saying. I don't know if that's likely at all. Ruby Sandwich says, I am from Venezuela and I support the U.S. bombing us. Don Coe thinks it would probably be cheaper for U.S. energy companies to just invest in developing wind farm capacity offshore off the coast of Venezuela. You know, a whole other interesting topic, which we haven't talked about, I'm not fluent in this topic, but I'm interested in reading up on it, is what possibility is there that Maduro actually won't be convicted? I did watch an interview with an American judge last night. No, an American law school professor last night. And she said it's possible. She said she expected Maduro's legal team to try to first make arguments in court that they can't try him because he wasn't legally taken out of the country, taken out of Venezuela. So she thinks there's a chance, you never know, I don't know how much of a chance, there's a chance that a judge could rule that he can't even be on trial because he was illegally removed. I'm not saying that's going to happen. But I guess what I'm saying is, some viewers have talked about this, is what happens if he's not convicted? What happens then? What if he's not convicted? So if he's not convicted, do they just send him back? Do they put him on a plane and send him back? I don't know. But it's not 100% certain he'll be convicted. One of our viewers said, Scott D. Johnson says no matter what, he will be convicted. Now, it is a jury trial. It's a jury trial, isn't it? It's going to be a jury trial. But I don't know about, again, I'm not a legal expert, so I can't really I'm going to try to do some more reading on that. Hey, thanks so much to Daniel Moore. Hey, thanks, Daniel Moore. Van Dan, thank you. Daniel says, my buddies and I just keep talking about potential tanker driving jobs down there, and a couple of the guys are wondering if Venezuelan ladies are attractive. LOL. Certainly, Daniel. Thank you, Daniel. So much, really kind of you. Look, you know, I was just talking about, the Economist mentioned there's a labor shortage there of skilled labor in the oil industry. So if it is the case that American oil companies do go down there and spend lots of money, maybe they will bring a lot of Americans down there to work. Jay White says, what if Maduro is killed in jail? It is, I would think that they would have him maybe separated from the general public. You know, he is at the, he's in Brooklyn. Isn't he at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn? Yeah, he is at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And I believe Ghislaine Maxwell was there. Was Diddy there? Was that also where Epstein was? Was Epstein there? Let's see. R. Kelly was there. I don't remember. Sean Diddy Combs was incarcerated at the prison's special housing unit, it says. Somebody said Luigi? I got to look this up. Yes, Luigi Mangione. He was transferred to the MDC in 2024 December, currently being held without bail after his first court appearance, according to Wikipedia. Diddy, right there. He was there for a while. And Ghislaine Maxwell. Was Epstein ever there? It doesn't seem to say Epstein. It says Ghislaine Maxwell. Let's find this out. Some of you know. Epstein death, Metropolitan Correctional Center. That's in Manhattan. So it's a similar name but different. Epstein died at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. That's different from the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Metropolitan Detention Center. That is the one that that Maduro is at. Oh, hold on. And one other thing our viewers said I want to mention too. No, both of those are federal. MCC New York is federal. They're both federal. Okay, we didn't even really get into that. Let me just make sure I don't have any breaking updates here. I'm keep checking. You never know with this story what's going to come out when. I want to take some comments from you guys. Give me a moment here. Just give me one moment. Oh, I want to mention this again. There's going to be tomorrow morning, Monday morning, at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, UN Security Council meets on Venezuela. I am planning on covering this. So sometime before 10, maybe I'll come on at like 9 or something. But I will be covering in the morning, the United Nations Security Council meeting on Venezuela. So I hope you can join me for that. Oh, I have the video of Maduro too. We haven't played that. Being taken into custody. So, not being taken, being walked around in New York. But again, the UN Security Council meeting is 10 a.m. Should play this video for you. Oops, you'll see this in a second here. Hang on a second here. Where is... I was just there. Here it is. The article is called Trump Says Second Venezuela Strike Possible if Government Does Not Cooperate. Flippin' Ain't Easy says, why was Maduro shown in 3 different outfits yesterday? Maduro is going to appear in court. That's not going to be televised because it's federal court, as far as I'm aware. I don't believe there's going to be video of him in court. But if it happens while I'm on the air, I'll let you know. But I'm not expecting to see video of that. Little Nerdork says the UN Council will be interesting. Hey, thanks to Genio Soy for your support. Also, Andrew Guds. Andrew thinks there's no legal way he could have been extradited to the USA. He would have had final say on the extradition, which he wouldn't do. Prosecution will mention this. That's what Andrew thinks. Thanks so much, Andrew. Thanks also Genio Soy as well. And thanks to, hold on a moment here. Douthis for the gift sub on Twitch, and Edu Makashun on Twitch, and X Legends on Twitch. Thank you, X Legends. X-Legends 561, who says, as a Venezuelan veteran with actual understanding of the geopolitical implications of this, I can say this is not good for the fellow veteran or civilian. Thanks, Roxana Gosney, for watching on Facebook. Olive Kelly thinks Maduro's wife, who's also in custody, will be offered a deal if she testifies against Maduro? All right, let's watch this video that goes along with this article here in Reuters, because I haven't had a chance to show the video of him from yesterday. So let's look at this. Hang on a moment. Here it is. It's the first thing on the video is him walking. Check it out. Let's watch this. There he is. Guys, there he is.
Venezuela's toppled leader Nicolás Maduro was in a New York detention center on Sunday, awaiting drug charges. That's after President Donald Trump ordered an audacious raid to capture him, saying the U.S. would take control of the oil-producing nation. The image of the 63-year-old Maduro blindfolded and handcuffed en route to the U.S. has stunned Venezuelans. It was Washington's most controversial intervention in Latin America since the invasion of Panama 37 years ago. Maduro is due to appear in a Manhattan court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
While many Western nations oppose Maduro and say he stole the 2024 election, there were many calls for the U.S. to respect international law and resolve the crisis diplomatically. There were also questions over the legality of seizing a foreign head of state. Democrats say they were misled at recent Congress briefings and demanded a plan for what is to follow. At home, Maduro allies were still in charge and have denounced what they call kidnapping as part of an imperialist oil grab. The UN Security Council plans to meet on Monday to discuss the U.S. move, which Secretary General Antonio Guterres described as a dangerous precedent. Russia and China, both major backers of Venezuela, criticized the U.S. Pope Leo said he was following events with a soul full of concern and called for Venezuela to stay independent and respectful of rights.
In Venezuela.
Well, you know, it won't cost us anything.
Trump said the U.S. would, for now, manage the South American nation, plus its oil reserves. It is unclear just how Trump plans to oversee Venezuela. Trump's focus on foreign affairs fuels Democrats' criticism and also runs the risk of alienating some supporters who have backed his America First agenda and oppose foreign interventions.
Let's look at that video again of, here are some videos of yesterday of Maduro. There's one.
Venezuela's toppled leader Nicolás Maduro was in a New York detention.
So that's one. Then the one of him saying he's walking through, he's being walked through by authorities in the DEA building, I think it is. It's DEA. And it says, he says, Happy New Year. Doesn't he say Happy New Year? Let's watch this again.
Maduro is due to appear in a Manhattan court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
While many West to appear in a Manhattan court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
To appear in a Manhattan court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
While many Western nations oppose Maduro.
There you go. So we got to see that video of him. I saw it described as a perp walk in a bunch of media. Oh, thank you, I Am Charlie, for your support. I appreciate it. I Am Charlie. I Am Charlie said Democrats had the Epstein files for 4 years, including 2 of those years where they had the House and Senate, and they did 0 with the files. Set to Chill thinks this is all so ridiculous. If You Must says we're showing off, basically. Our viewer, Monessa Man, calls it a shame walk. Rita says he's really tall. How tall is Maduro? That's a good question. He's got a hat on, too. 6'3", the internet says. You know, I was wondering when I saw this clip, I was wondering, I mean, Maduro, as somebody who took power in Venezuela, widely described as a dictator, I'm sure is acutely aware of public relations. And so what I'm wondering is, does he have I'm sure he has a certain way of how he wants to have himself portrayed. And so, like, this, with the Happy New Year and just kind of casually walking with the water bottle, I wonder if this is like part of this, if it's part of like a communication strategy. You know, that Americans see him as not like this big threatening monster, but as just this dude. I don't know. It's an interesting way that it was handled. Let me just show you again. I just thought that was an interesting video.
Court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
While many Western nations oppose Maduro and say he stole the 2024 election, there were many calls for the U.S. to respect international.
Happy New Year.
While many in court on Monday.
Good night. Happy New Year.
While many Western nations oppose Maduro and say he stole the 2024 election, there were many calls for the U.S. to respect international law.
You know, he's kind of just acting chill, you know. So again, I mean, maybe that's how he is, but I certainly would think that somebody in his position is acutely aware of public relations and has a certain public relations strategy. Just a thought. Hold on a second here. I saw this story, Maduro. By the way, hold on. I saw this. There's a story from ABC News saying Maduro's wife was injured during the operation. Is that true? I haven't watched. It's like a video. It's in a video, but I don't see the story anywhere else. ABC7 has a video that says Maduro's wife sustained a head injury during the military operation. What's this about? Hold on. Just looking at this for a second. His wife, Celia, was taken into custody. She sustained an injury to her head during the attack, says ABC7. It's the first I heard of it. Didn't really say much. He also, so one of our viewers pointed out, he gave a thumbs up in a picture too. Isn't this his wife right here? I'd have to get the caption from this picture. Right there. Celia Flores. People are saying yes. I just don't have it. I don't see like an official caption for the photo. So hold on a moment. I believe that's her in the video. Rita says it looks like she has a bandage on the left side of her head, but can't see anything big in any other pictures. Oh, I see. So Rita's saying that, you're saying here, Rita? You're saying, like here? You're saying that bulge is a bandage, or am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh, you mean like up here? You mean on the top of her head, like the yellow thing? Is that, you mean like something like on her forehead? On her forehead? I'm not sure. I literally hadn't heard anything about head injury until about 2 minutes ago when I saw that one video. I don't know. And then one of our reviews said the yellow thing is her hair and it's wrapped around her head. I just don't know. Let's see if I can find anything else on that. I don't know. I don't have good information on that. I'll let you know if I get it. Okay. So, hey, thanks to Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell Pilot thinks that Maduro smiling in front of a camera is a psychological reaction to stress and to project calm for his supporters. Mitchell thinks off camera his emotions are likely not positive. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. I appreciate that. Thank you also, Joseph Fiorentino. It's an interesting situation Maduro is in because the U.S. has suggested that it offered him some sort of deal. So, there's a world in which he could have maybe made a deal with the U.S. and then not gotten arrested versus being arrested and facing decades in jail. But at the same time, I don't know what he thought. You might say he made a stupid decision, but he might have thought that I'm sure he had his reasons. I don't know what his calculations are based on. So, but before you assume that, maybe he thought, who knows what he's thinking. But you can imagine a world in which he thought it wouldn't have been the right decision to make a deal. But, some people think, well, he never expected this to happen. And maybe that's true. Or maybe he did. Love You says maybe they'll make another deal. The only thing on President Trump's schedule I just saw for tomorrow, is the president participates in a policy meeting, Oval Office, closed press. So he doesn't have any public appearances scheduled for tomorrow, President Trump. Again, we're going to be covering the UN Security Council meeting. That's at 10 a.m. Thanks, it's Becca Lilly for the membership. Where is... We were talking about this earlier. Oh, yeah, I'll mention what Rubio said. After Maduro, who's next? Trump spurs speculation about his plans for Greenland, Cuba, and Colombia. We were talking about this earlier in the broadcast. President Trump on Sunday renewed his calls for an American takeover of the Danish territory of Greenland for the sake of U.S. security interests. He threatened military action on Colombia Colombia's president, too, for facilitating the global sale of cocaine, while his top diplomat declared the communist government in Cuba in a lot of trouble. With thinly veiled threats, Trump is rattling hemispheric friends and foes alike, says AP, spurring a pointed question around the globe: who's next? Trump said, we need Greenland. We heard this on Air Force One today. He said, we need Greenland from the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it. Asked during an interview with The Atlantic earlier on Sunday what the U.S. military action in Venezuela could portend for Greenland, Trump replied, they are going to have to view it themselves. I don't really know. Trump, in his administration's national security strategy published last month, laid out restoring American preeminence in the Western Hemisphere as a central guidepost for his second go-around in the White House. Trump has also pointed to the 19th century Monroe Doctrine, which rejects European colonialism, as well as the Roosevelt corollary, a justification invoked by the U.S. in supporting Panama's secession from Colombia, which helped secure the Panama Canal Zone for the U.S., as he's made his case for an assertive approach to American neighbors and beyond. Trump has even joked that some now refer to the fifth president's foundational document as the Don Roe Doctrine. Or maybe, I think he's saying that's how they're describing. They're describing his foreign policy that way. Trump's operation in Venezuela has heightened concerns in Denmark, which has jurisdiction over the vast mineral-rich island of Greenland. I told you before, we talked about the Danish Prime Minister today, said Trump has no right to annex the territory. She reminded Trump that Denmark already provides the U.S., a fellow member of NATO, broad access to Greenland through existing security agreements. She said, I would therefore strongly urge the U.S. to stop threatening a historically close ally in another country and people who have made it very clear that they are not for sale. Also, Norway and Finland's leaders today, I think it was the Norway Prime Minister and the Finland President, as we showed you earlier, released statements in support of Denmark about Greenland. Oh, and I told you about the Katie Miller post. Greenlanders and Danes were further rankled by a social media post following the Venezuela raid by a former Trump administration official turned podcaster, Katie Miller. She is the wife of one of the chief Trump advisors, Stephen Miller. Yeah, she's married to Trump's influential deputy chief of staff, Stephen Miller. The post shows an illustrated map of Greenland in the colors of the stars and stripes, accompanied by the caption "Soon." In a post responding to Miller, Denmark's chief envoy to Washington, Ambassador Jesper Moller Sorensen, said, and yes, we expect full respect for the territorial integrity of the Kingdom of Denmark. I showed you that post earlier from Katie Miller. Here again is that post. She posted this yesterday. It says "Soon." And it's a map of Greenland with the stars and stripes on it. Our viewer, Friendly Creative Seal, says, why is Denmark being so stubborn? So I know one thing a lot of our viewers are following and people around the world is and wondering about is, will there be some other military action by the U.S. in somewhere else after this? We've talked about Iran too. There's also Iran. President Trump has said that if Iran starts killing protesters, he's going to the U.S. is going to attack Iran, he has said. Thanks, Trippy. Trippy says, isn't Maduro being offered a deal also a crime? I think it maybe is part of this, if you're prosecuted, it's part of the legal process. But maybe I'm misunderstanding, Trippy, your question. Thank you so much, Trippy. I think we should take a little look at, so we, if you missed it, we showed you earlier, we showed you just before we came on the air, President Trump did a Q&A on Air Force One. We showed you that. While we were on the air, Delcy Rodriguez, the new acting president of Venezuela, who is the vice president under Maduro, she released a statement. We showed you that. Two other things I want to mention is we haven't talked about what Marco Rubio said today, and we haven't seen what the defense minister of Venezuela said today. So maybe what we should take a second and do is look at some of what Marco Rubio had to say. You know, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, he was on several of the morning shows. Let me show you this. How can I get this up on the screen here? I got it. Here it is. Secretary of State Rubio with Margaret Brennan of CBS's Face the Nation. This is from today. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Yes, Roger Shoemaker said defense minister survived the police operation. Yeah, I think nobody else was taken into custody besides Maduro's wife that we know about. And I'm not aware of anybody prominent in the government that was killed. We haven't heard about that yet. Jerry Cole thinks Rubio's going to be running for president. So let me just point out, I haven't even read through all this. Okay, so let's check a couple things here. Question to Rubio. President from Margaret Brennan. President Trump said the United States will run Venezuela and that Venezuela will be largely run by, he pointed to you and some of the other cabinet members when he spoke to the public yesterday. He said the U.S. retains all military options, including boots on the ground, until U.S. demands have been fully met. How do you plan to run the country? So Rubio said that the regime relies on oil. It's an oil industry that's backwards and needs a lot of help. Also, none of the money from oil gets to the people. It's all stolen by the people on the top there. So that's why we have a quarantine. Okay. There's a quarantine on oil shipments. Okay. I'm just reading through here to get to the answer to how the country is going to be run. That remains in place. The oil shipping quarantine. That's a tremendous amount of leverage we will continue to be in place. That will continue to be in place until we see changes that not just further the national interest of the United States, which is number one, but also lead to a better future for the people of Venezuela. And so that's the sort of control the president is pointing to when he says that. We continue with the quarantine, and we expect to see that there will be changes, not in just the way the oil industry is run for the benefit of the people, but also so they stop the drug trafficking, so that we no longer have these gang problems, so that they kick the FARC and ELN out, and they no longer cozy up to Hezbollah and Iran in our own hemisphere. So, yeah, and then the question in return, which I certainly get, is, but what you're talking about is more of sanctions pressure, not boots on the ground. So just to be clear, there's no plan for the U.S. occupation of this country of nearly 30 million people? Because the original question is, how are you going to run the country? And Rubio's initial response was, well, we have this quarantine on the oil, and that'll make them do what we want. So the follow-up question is, are you just talking about sanctions pressure? And Rubio responds, well, first of all, the president always retains optionality on anything in all of these matters. He certainly has the ability and the right under the Constitution to act against imminent and urgent threats against the country. That said, as of right now, I think what you see is a forced posture, which is one of the largest naval deployments in modern history. Okay, blah, 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 blah. What the president has said, obviously, and I think what he's pointing to is that this obsession people have about boots and this or that, he does not feel like he's going to publicly rule out options that are available for the United States, even though that's not what you're seeing right now. What you're seeing right now is an oil quarantine that allows us to exert tremendous leverage over what happens next. Okay, so just to be clear, as you can see, I'll post a link to this in the chat, but as you can see, when Marco Rubio was asked this is Face the Nation this morning, repeatedly about what does it mean that the U.S. is going to run the country. His response basically was that the U.S. has an oil quarantine on Venezuela, and that would make the Venezuelan government do what the U.S. wants. Which, I mean, that doesn't really sound like very active running of the country. I don't know if that's what President Trump has in mind, but that's the answer he gave. I think it then moves on after that. Let's see here. Let's see what else he had to say. Okay, then the question came about President Trump saying the U.S. is ready to stage a second and much larger attack if they need to. The question says, I'm curious because you just described the regime as still in place, essentially. I mean, I'm curious why the Trump administration decided to leave the regime intact and only arrest Nicolás Maduro and his wife, the person who controls the police, the interior minister. He's been indicted by the United States. He was in that indictment the administration released. He's a narco-terrorist. There's a $25 million price on his head. He's still in place. The defense minister, who has deep ties to Russia, he has a $15 million price on his head. He's still in place. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco-terrorist regime? That was the question. Rubio says, you're confused? I don't know why that's confusing to you. Question, well, they're still in power. Rubio, I mean, it's very simple. You're not going to go in and grab up. You're going to, but yeah, you can't. You're going to go in and suck up 5 people? Okay. They're already complaining about this one operation. Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go in there and stay there 4 days to capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The number 1 person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country, that he was not. And he was arrested along with his wife, who was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and frankly complicated operation. Okay, he talks about the operation. Okay, and he talks about the operation being hard. And he says, and you're asking me why we didn't do that in 5 other places at the same time? I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most daring, complicated, sophisticated missions this country's carried out. So basically, he's saying that it would be too difficult to do this operation and capture more people. But the question was basically about, the question is, well, are you really changing the regime? And why aren't you going after these other people? So you see the question and the answer there. Okay. The question, but the others who were also indicted are still in place in Venezuela. So that's the point of my questioning there. Okay. Rubio, so you wanted us to land in 5 other military bases? Question, no, I'm asking why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation. Secretary Rubio, that's the same. She said, but to the point you just made that Maduro was not the legitimate president, right? Well, the opposition, okay, question. The opposition leader, Maria Corina Machado and Edmundo Gonzalez, won that 2024 election by the U.S. government's own account. They were some of the first people you called when you were Secretary of State. You said Edmundo Gonzalez is the rightful president of Venezuela. Is that still the U.S. policy? And if so, are you working on a transition to have those elected leaders run the country? Now, remember, President Trump said yesterday that Maria Corina Machado would not be a good choice for president, basically. He said she didn't have the respect of the country and support of the country. Rubio, well, I think there are a couple things. I have tremendous admiration for Maria Corina Machado. I have admiration for Edmundo. We have all those views about what the election that happened the last time, okay? And then there's the mission, but there's the mission that we're on right now, okay? We have been clear from the beginning, okay? This is the Western Hemisphere. Within the Western Hemisphere, we have a country, potentially a very rich country, that has cozied itself up, has cozied to Iran, cozied to Hezbollah, allowed narco-trafficking gangs to operate with impunity, okay, and we're addressing that. Okay, question, right, but the regime is still in place. Rubio, well, again, we're not just addressing the regime, we're addressing the factors that are a threat to the national interest of the United States. Question, understood. You spoke with Delcy Rodriguez, who, according to Trump, was sworn in as president, as the leader of Venezuela. Did she promise you she is expelling all of those American adversaries from Venezuelan territory? What did the vice president agree to do, and now acting president, what did she agree to do when she spoke to you? Rubio, just to give you some of this, he says, our objectives to how Venezuela impacts the United States have not changed. We want drug trafficking to stop. We want no more gang members coming our way. We don't want to see Iranian and Cuban presidents of the past. But the question says, did she promise that? Rubio says, and we're going to work hard. We're going to work to continue to see that happen. We're going to see what happens going forward. I'm not going to have these conversations in the media. Our goals remain the same. Okay. Rubio says, but we just could not work with him, Maduro. He is not a person that has ever kept any of the deals he made, broke every deal he ever made. Okay, fine. Question, but his number two is now running the country. Question, his number two is someone you can work with? And you, is that what you're implying here? And did she tell you that she will transition to democracy? And the woman who won the election, along with her partner there, Maria Corina Machado? Rubio, we're going to make our assessments of people. You're asking me to make an assessment. We're going to make an assessment on the basis of what they do, not what they say publicly in the interim. Not what they've done in the past in many cases, but what they do moving forward. So we're going to find out. You're asking me how do I know what decisions people are going to make? I don't. I do know this. If they don't make the right decisions, the U.S. will retain multiple levers of leverage to ensure our interests are protected. We're going to judge, moving forward, we're going to judge everything by what they do, and we're going to see what they do. Question. Okay, because yesterday President Trump said Maria Corina Machado doesn't have the support or respect within the country. And by your own admission, she walloped Nicolás Maduro in the last election. So it does sound like a decision was made today, but today it was Secretary Rubio. She wasn't on the ballot in the last election. Question. Well, and by the way, that's because Maduro didn't let her run. Question. No, but her party was. Secretary Rubio. Edmundo was correct, yeah. Question, yes. So is there an agreement to Rubio? It was an illegitimate election, and that's why he's not a legitimate president. Question, right. But is there an agreement to transition to democracy? It sounds like there's not. Rubio, I think what the president points out is the obvious. Well, I think what the point, there has to be a little realism here, okay? A transition to they've had this regime, they've had the system of Chavismo in place for 15 or 16 years, and everyone's asking why 24 hours after Nicolás Maduro was arrested, there isn't an election scheduled for tomorrow. That's absurd. Question, no, I'm asking what you talked about with her. Secretary Rubio says these things take time, they're a process. Okay, Rubio, we're not going to get publicly into any details of those other things other than to tell you our expectations remain the same, and we're going to judge whoever we're interacting with moving forward by whether or not those conditions are met. Okay, we want the Venezuela transition to be a place completely different to what it looks like today, but obviously we don't have the expectation that's going to happen in the next 15 hours. Okay. There's just a little more of this interview, which I think is interesting. So I'll just kind of summarize the rest of it. Question, the president used the word oil 20 times in his press conference. He talked about these tremendous oil assets Venezuela has. But the president's last envoy to Venezuela, Elliot Abrams, is publicly arguing that you know better than the policy you're backing. He said, quote, Venezuelan plutocrats or U.S. oil executives seem to be coming to Mar-a-Lago and whispering about how easy life would be if we just made a deal with the regime once Maduro was gone. Is that what happened here? Rubio, this is not what happened here. What's happened is we arrested a narco trafficker who's now going to stand trial in the U.S. for crimes he's committed against our people for 15 years, and the person who helped him, of course, his wife. As far as oil, look, oil is critical not just to fueling economies all over the world. It's critical to Venezuela's future. Their oil industry is completely destroyed. It's destroyed all those oil fields that used to produce a lot and wealth for the country and their people. Those things are decrepit. They're bankrupt. They need to be reinvested in. They need investment from private companies, certain guarantees and conditions. This has to go to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Okay. All right. Anyway, so that's the basic. I'll post a link to this, but that's one of the interviews he did. I just posted the link to the interview again. I think they have a couple others posted on the State Department site. If you go to press releases, it has Rubio on Face the Nation, Rubio on Meet the Press, and Rubio on ABC's This Week. I like that they posted transcript of all these. But, he doesn't really address, the questions asked about, President Trump says you're running the country. What do you mean by running the country? And he mentions the oil blockade, basically the quarantine, but doesn't really get into, certainly doesn't talk about the U.S. having lots of people on the ground there doing things. Doesn't really get into when elections might take place. Certainly is not committing to, Maria Corina Machado or Edmundo Gonzalez, saying they're going to give the vice president a chance, saying that, how could you expect us to arrest more people? This was such a complex operation. What did you want us to land 5 places at once? And also saying that the country needs the oil to be, for the good of the country, the oil industry has to be rebuilt. So you can go through that and read it yourself. But that's what Rubio had to say today. Obviously, I think one thing is just not clear is, and President Trump did say it tonight. He said we're running the country. What does that mean in practice? Running the country. Okay, let me read some from you guys here. I'm sorry I didn't have the video of that to show you, but I had to do the best I could. TDC said, nor should he talk about that in public. Well done, Marco. OOD2DO says, if you control the oil, you control who is in power. Frank McLeod, our viewer, says, right, because oil companies always have the little guy in mind. They exist solely to profit citizens of foreign countries. Mr. Satnav says, is this legal, bro? JD63 thinks Rubio is Trump's worthless little lapdog. Set to Chill says, so that clears everything up. Sidewalk Connoisseur thinks private companies and benefit to the people are directly opposed concepts. Don Coe says, sounds like how Bush initially wanted to run Iraq from the green zone after Saddam was ousted. Hey, thanks to D-Tex for your support. That's really nice of you, D-Tex. D-Tex thinks that Maduro was given up by Delcy Rodriguez after he refused to make a deal and resign. As I mentioned before, there is speculation about whether one or more people at the top of the Venezuelan government made some sort of deal with the U.S. to help get Maduro into custody. We don't know. It's an interesting question. Hey, thanks also to Alex Dubois. Alex is from Canada. Alex says, imagine Russia captured Zelensky or the Chinese captured the president of Taiwan. Can you imagine what the world's response would be? Nothing like the response the United States is getting. All of the international law are falling. That's what Alex says. Thank you so much, Alex, for your support. Thank you, I Am Charlie. I appreciate it, I Am Charlie. Also, X-Legends. Thanks, X-Legends. No, we're not talking about the Epstein files on this broadcast, X-Legends, I'm sorry. But maybe we'll do more on the future as things develop. Thanks, Douthis, for the gift sub. Sketch Therapy says the president of Taiwan didn't lose the election, then stay in power by force. Now, to be clear, that's not, and none of the legal charges that Maduro is facing have to do anything with that. Thank you, Sketch Therapy. Pay Dude says, what happens to Iran now that the U.S. is focused on Venezuela, Cuba, and Greenland? President Trump did reiterate tonight that the U.S. would strike Iran, would take action against Iran if Iran killed protesters. Our viewer on Yosix says, regime change, ousted leader, China out, Russia out, control the oil, it all benefits USA, keep the land. Our viewer Santia Gobasaldua says at least 40 Venezuelans were killed by U.S. forces. Now, I have not seen an exact number. Cuba tonight said 32 Cubans in the Army and Ministry of the Interior were killed during the American operation. Also today it was said that Reuters reported that a large part of Maduro's security team was killed. But I have not heard an exact number given out by the Venezuelan government. Maybe I can find... Here, look at this report right here from Reuters. Large part of Maduro's security team killed in U.S. action, says the Venezuela defense minister. Oh, I have to play his announcement. He said it during his announcement today. He did not give an exact figure, but he backed the declaration of Vice President Delcy Rodriguez as interim president and said the armed forces have been activated across the country to guarantee sovereignty. Brianna Janssens thinks Rodriguez made Maduro the sacrificial lamb. She gave him up. Here's what we should do. Here's what we should do. So, a reminder, I am going to cover at, and not that long from now, at 10 a.m. is the UN Security Council meeting on Venezuela at 10 a.m. So we're going to cover that live here, by the way. And I'm going to come on early, before that. So I first of all, I hope you can join us in the morning. It's only about 10 hours away. We're going to be covering that. I do think tonight we should look at what the defense minister had to say. Maybe we'll do that next. 10 a.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we're going to be covering that here. And then I'll come on the year before that. But before we finish tonight, I do want to look at what some of the defense minister had to say. Let's do that. Give me, you know what? We're going to do it. We're not wrapping up yet. I want to do a little more here. But what I need to do right now is I need to take just 1 minute. Because the defense minister did speak today. We have not shown you that. All right, just give me 1 minute. I'm disappearing for 1 minute. I'm coming back and we'll check out what the defense minister had to say. Okay, we are back. Now, let's see here. Hey, thanks to Flowering Plum, who says, hearing that U.S. forces have been deployed to strike Iran. I have not heard that anywhere. I don't know what your source is, Flowering Plum. I follow a lot of different news accounts and journalists and experts, and I have not heard that. I don't know if some random account is posting it on social media. If I hear anything reliable about it, I'll certainly let you know. But I have not heard anything about that. Nothing. Not a peep. I will certainly let you know. Thank you, Flowering Plum. Also, thank you, Roy1822. Roy1822 says, U.S. avoided mass arrests to prevent chaos. Regime figures retain arms and power. Stability needed for reconstruction and elections. Arresting everyone risk collapse. Only Maduro extracted. That's what Roy1822 said. Thank you, Roy1822. Our viewer, Kate Freelander, said, I heard that report about Iran. At this point, it is internet gossip. Okay. Hang on. Hang on here. I probably had some more Maduro photos here, but can I find them really quickly? Oh, here's one. Hey, look, this is Maduro with his thumbs up. I believe this is thumbs up. This is, the article is titled Legality of U.S. Capture of Venezuela's Maduro in Focus at United Nations. We're going to talk about that. Maybe we'll read this article tomorrow before the, I'm going to be covering the UN 10 a.m. UN Security Council meeting on Venezuela. We're going to talk about that. But, I mean, if you see that picture right there, he does appear to have his thumbs up. But there's a world in which that's not intentional. But he's like this. JASFT said, dude is having a blast. Mr. Satnav says, no worries, be happy. Okay, anyway, we watched the video before, but I just wanted to show you that photo there. Okay, now, thanks to Tony C. Sr. Shout out to, thanks, Tony, and shout out to our moderators. I really appreciate our moderators. Hang on a moment here. We have moderating right now Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev. They're over there on Twitch. On YouTube, we have moderating Ruth, Leslie Ladyhawk, thank you, and Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson on Facebook, thank you. Also thanks to Robert Rial for subscribing, Robert Rial II. And who else did I miss over there? Helen Anderson, thank you, and all of our other subscribers. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha for subscribing on X. Okay, so let's, all right, here's what I'd like to do. The defense minister spoke today, addressed the country, I believe, in Venezuela, the defense minister. And what I'd like to do is show you what he said. However, the one complication is it's in Spanish, but hopefully I can translate, maybe with your help. The defense minister is Vladimir Padrino Lopez. Vladimir Padrino Lopez is the defense minister. So let me put this up on the screen here. All right, so this is, hang on. We're going to see if this can work. We're going to see if we can make this work. And the FANB, is that the Armed Forces? Yeah, the National Armed Forces. This is the Armed Forces of Venezuela. Official announcement. So what I need to do is put on the screen earlier today, statement from Venezuela's defense minister, and I got to get his name again. Vladimir Padrino Lopez. Oopsie, where did this go? Oops. And we need to move this down. There. Earlier today, statement from Venezuela's defense minister, Vladimir Padrino Lopez. So let's listen to what he had to say. I hope this works. I hope I can put my headphones on. I can hear better. This could be a disaster. If I can't translate it, it's going to be a disaster. Or if you guys can't help me. But I think he's talking slow enough that I might be able to. We'll see how this goes. Maybe in a minute I'll be like, this was a terrible idea. I didn't watch it before and translate it myself. It'll be great, says CCC. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. Now, was this him addressing the nation? I think this might have been this might have been a statement to the nation, because I think it was on Maduro's I think it was on Maduro's social media. Let me just double check here. If I go to Maduro social media, hang on. I don't see it there. How was this described by AFP? AFP described this as, they said, come on. Venezuela. Caracas. Can I find it here? Live from Caracas. Caracas. I can't find it. Anyways, I'm not going to worry. I think this was a statement to the country. I think. But let's listen to it. Enough. It's time to move forward. It's time to move forward. Oh, there's actually captions on this, it looks like. Okay. Let's try this and see what let's see what happens.
Alto mando militar de la República, que como pueden ver está hoy unido, cohesionado ante la agresión imperial.
Okay, so he does say that he's the head of the military, which you can see right now is united and cohesive toward the aggression.
Que se ha perpetuado el día de ayer, 3 de enero, de los corrientes. Ayer fuimos testigos, todo el pueblo de Venezuela, de una brutal agresión militar contra nuestra soberanía.
He's talking about how the country saw the brutal aggression toward it on the 3rd of January.
Se ha violado, se ha vulnerado nuestra soberanía, porque con un despliegue sin precedentes contra la República y de manera premeditada se llevó a cabo pues esta agresión militar con las consecuencias nefastas que ya conocemos y que el mundo hoy también presencia atónito.
So he did say that this was a violation of their sovereignty. He said we saw the consequences of this. Let's keep
por
going.
la barbarie, por la grosería y por lo grotesco, por lo antijurídico de esta acción criminal contra nuestra soberanía. Ayer
Criminal action against our sovereignty.
se llevaron secuestrado a la persona que el pueblo de Venezuela eligió como su presidente.
He's talking about how it was an action against the person who the people of Venezuela chose as their president. He's talking about Maduro. Now, it is widely believed Maduro stole the election. But the defense minister is saying that they acted against they say this is the person that he says this is the person that the people of Venezuela chose as their president, Maduro.
Es el presidente Nicolás Maduro Moros, el presidente constitucional electo por el pueblo para el periodo 2025-2031.
So he's saying again that Maduro is the constitutional president, the president chosen by the people.
Es el presidente Nicolás Maduro, el auténtico y genuino líder constitucional de todos los venezolanos y de todas las venezolanas.
Again, he says he's the authentic leader of all of Venezuela and all the Venezuelan people.
Un acto que se llevó a cabo en elecciones libres en el año 2024. Elecciones soberanas, directas, secretas, universales, con un sistema electoral que garantiza y ha garantizado esos procesos eleccionarios en la República Bolivariana de Venezuela en los últimos 25 años.
So he's talking about how the elections, they have this guaranteed process about, and how, I mean, he seems to be saying that the elections were proper and fair elections. That's how I take what he's saying.
Así que nosotros desde aquí, desde la Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana, exigimos la rápida liberación del presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
He says, we urge the liberation of the constitutional president of Venezuela, Maduro.
Exigimos su liberación. Está secuestrado el presidente Nicolás Maduro y la primera dama de la República, la doctora Cilia Flores de Maduro.
He says they've been kidnapped. He and his wife, the first lady, have been kidnapped.
Un acto de profunda hazaña, que ya siendo contra el presidente legítimo de Venezuela, también esa hazaña se desató contra una mujer de valores, cristiana, una mujer de principios, que también se la llevaron esposada. Valiente mujer. Nosotros desde aquí exigimos la pronta liberación de nuestro comandante en jefe, del presidente de todos los venezolanos y venezolanas y de la primera dama de la República, la doctora Cilia Flores.
Repeats the demand that Maduro and his wife be free.
Y exigimos al mundo, le pedimos al mundo que vea con atención todo esto que está ocurriendo en contra de Venezuela, en contra de su soberanía, en contra de su constitución. Y agradecemos al mismo tiempo la pronta respuesta de casi todos los gobiernos del mundo y de los pueblos del mundo, porque ayer pudimos ver manifestaciones populares en todas partes del mundo y los gobiernos legítimos, con sus excepciones, rechazando esta grosera intervención sobre la soberanía venezolana.
He's thankful that so many countries, I think he said like most of the countries, rejected this action against Venezuela.
Que el mundo ponga sus bardas en remojo, porque esto representa severamente una amenaza contra el orden global.
He says this action it's a severe threat to the global order.
Si hoy fue contra Venezuela, mañana puede ser contra cualquier estado, contra cualquier país.
He says if it happens to Venezuela today, then the next time, or maybe tomorrow, he said it can happen to any state and any country.
Y esa pretensión colonialista que se quiere implementar en el espíritu de la doctrina Monroe sobre América Latina y el Caribe, nosotros desde aquí la rechazamos. Nosotros...
By the way, the picture goes out for a couple seconds. He rejects this colonial action towards the Americas and the Caribbean. So give it a second here. I know that the picture cuts out and it comes back in after a couple seconds. So give it a second. It'll come right back. Just give it a second here. Hang on. It takes a couple seconds. But I did see this part of it before, and I know it comes back. Maybe... There it is right there.
La continuidad democrática y constitucional del país. Hacíamos reflexiones en estos días pasados sobre qué hubiese pasado aquí en Venezuela, en qué estado estaríamos hoy de anarquía y de caos si la institución castrense del país, con sus valores y sus principios y su moral republicana, hubiese permitido que aquí se impusiera el fascismo, la ambición personalista, el acceso al poder político por las vías extraconstitucionales y entonces el golpe, un golpe más, otro golpe más y el contragolpe y aquel desastre. La Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana ha garantizado en perfecta unidad con el pueblo, ha garantizado, repito, la continuidad democrática de Venezuela y lo seguirá haciendo.
So he's saying that the armed forces are unified in guaranteeing the, I believe he said, like the democratic continuity in Venezuela. He's, talking about how they don't want there to be anarchy and things like that, if I'm reading him right. But he said that the armed forces are united in this and guaranteeing and ensuring the democratic continuity, he calls it.
Porque el orden, la paz, es nuestro puerto, decía Bolívar. Y porque la patria para nosotros lo representa todo. Decía Bolívar, y quiero citarlo aquí, decía Bolívar, le decía Urdaneta en una carta por allá en 1826, van a ser 200 años de aquel acontecimiento, específicamente un 6 de agosto de 1826, le escribía Bolívar a Urdaneta.
I think he's reading a letter from Bolivar. Somebody might help out with this. I think he's reading an old letter from Bolivar. Bolivar. I caught that. So I'm getting a little sketchy right here. But I believe he's doing that. Give me a second here. Simón Bolívar was the Venezuelan military and political leader who is the central figure in South American independence movements in Venezuela and other countries in the early 19th century. Simón Bolívar. Some of our viewers are mentioning him. So I think he's reading... so one of our viewers says he is referring to in a letter from 1826 from Bolivar. And then another, some of our readers are saying yes. Gonzalo Medal says he's reading a letter from Bolivar. Okay, from I guess 1826.
Una bandera que ha sido testigo de nuestras glorias y de nuestras calamidades. La patria es la sagrada palabra y la palabra mágica de todos los ciudadanos virtuosos.
It says like the patria is patria heritage. He says that's the sacred word of us and all of our citizens. Homeland? Patria is homeland or country. Homeland? All right, anyway.
Patria es el punto de reunión de cuantos aman la gloria nacional y los derechos del pueblo. Simón Bolívar a Rafael Urdaneta, 6 de agosto de 1826. Y la patria hoy es lo que debe prevalecer. Llamo al pueblo de Venezuela a la paz, al orden, a no caer en las tentaciones de la guerra psicológica, de la amenaza, del miedo que nos quieren imponer.
He's talking about how there needs to be peace and order, and he talks about how there's this I forget what he called it, like the psychological threat imposed on them. But he's talking about the order being maintained and peace being maintained.
Al pueblo de Venezuela a que retome sus actividades económicas, laborales, de todo tipo, educativas en los próximos días. Y la patria debe encaminarse sobre su riel constitucional. El próximo lunes estaremos, mañana pues 5 de enero, estaremos presenciando un acto, repito, constitucional, que es la instalación de la Asamblea Nacional para el próximo periodo constitucional. Y desde aquí ya aplaudimos ese acto. Asamblea Nacional como centro democrático del debate político por excelencia, por antonomasia. Así que la patria continúa.
He says the homeland, the country continues. The National Assembly is functioning. From what I'm getting, I don't have the exact translation, but he's talking about continuity, how there's going to be constitutional continuity of the country. I think he also talked about education continuing and people doing their economic things. So talking about the country continuing through this.
Su destino de desarrollo, de prosperidad y de estabilidad y orden. Y nosotros, soldados y soldadas de la patria, estaremos aquí para garantizarlo.
He's saying we're here as soldiers to guarantee this, to ensure the continuity, the development, prosperity in the country.
Un comunicado de la Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana para todo el país y para el mundo entero. La Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana rechaza contundentemente el cobarde secuestro del ciudadano Nicolás Maduro Moros, presidente constitucional de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, nuestro comandante en jefe, y de su señora esposa, la primera dama, doctora Cilia Flores de Maduro.
Saying that the armed forces they reject what has happened to their commander. They call him their commander, Nicolás Maduro, and his wife.
Hecho perpetrado ayer, sábado 3 de enero, de los Corrientes, luego de asesinar a sangre fría a gran parte de su equipo de seguridad.
Okay, he just said assassinated in cold blood a large part of Maduro's security. That's what he said right there. If I remember right, sangre fría. So I'm going to rewind it a couple seconds, but that's where he said a large part of the security team was assassinated.
Soldados, luego de asesinar a la dama, doctora Cilia Flores de Maduro. Hecho perpetrado ayer, sábado 3 de enero, de los Corrientes, luego de asesinar a sangre fría a gran parte de su equipo de seguridad, soldados, soldadas y ciudadanos inocentes. Asimismo.
Yeah, so he said a large part of the security team was assassinated, male and female soldiers and innocent and civilians, innocent, he said. A large part of them were assassinated in this operation.
En atención a la decisión de la Sala Constitucional del Tribunal Supremo de Justicia de fecha 3 de enero de 2026, mediante la cual se designa a la ciudadana Delcy Eloína Rodríguez Gómez, vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la República, para asumir en condición de encargada todas las atribuciones, deberes y facultades como presidente de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela.
I think he's talking about Delcy Rodriguez being the acting president now, because she was vice president.
Estricto cumplimiento a la ley orgánica sobre estados de excepción y la ley orgánica de seguridad de la nación. Respaldamos plenamente el decreto de estado de conmoción exterior en todo el territorio nacional, previamente suscrito. En este mismo sentido, el gobierno bolivariano garantizará la gobernabilidad del país y nuestra institución continuará empleando todas sus capacidades disponibles para la defensa militar, el mantenimiento del orden interno y la preservación de la paz.
Yeah, so he's saying that, I think he's saying the government supports what's going on with the vice president taking charge. He said that, not the government, the army, the armed forces are still operating as usual. They're still guaranteeing peace and are operating throughout the country. So it's a real message of continuity, saying we're here, we're still operating as the armed forces. Everything's proceeding, with the government transition constitutionally. And so he's really talking about order and stability.
Por ende, activamos en la totalidad del espacio geográfico nacional y en perfecta fusión popular, militar, policial, la puesta en completo apresto operacional a fin de integrar los elementos del poder nacional en la misión de enfrentar la agresión imperial, formando un solo bloque de combate para asegurar la libertad, la independencia y la soberanía de la nación.
He's talking about uniting to fight against the external attack on it. I don't know if he means uniting the army, or I didn't hear catch, or uniting all the people of the country with the army, but he's talking about that now.
Fuerza Armada Nacional Bolivariana es el ejército unido libertador del siglo XXI. Chávez vive. La patria sigue. Independencia y patria socialista. El sol de Venezuela nace en el Esequibo. Independencia o nada, leales siempre. Traidores nunca.
Independence or nothing, loyalty always. He is saying that the armed forces are united. There we go. Okay, well, my translation was not perfect, but hopefully you get the basic idea. I can't claim that I translated that perfectly because I know I didn't, but I wanted to let you know, I mean, at least we got to see what the general idea of what they were saying. But again, saying that they're united, they're doing their jobs, they're in place, they support, they're demanding the return of Maduro and his wife, but they say that what's going on currently with the government is constitutional. So, anyways, thanks for the help in the chat. I think if he was speaking at normal conversational speed, I would have a much harder time translating. Okay, so we got to hear that. Our viewer, Roz Beef, says, El pueblo unido jamás será vencido. The people united will never be defeated. And we'll read a few more comments here. Pish Juggernaut said the speech was inspiring. Paula Thompson thinks he's saying they don't need us to be in charge. Good, says Paula. It certainly seems to be a message to try to reassure people in the country, Maru Nichuan says these people are illusions. Not a cat lady says they have to say that or they would be killed. I mean, it's another way that it could be a message. It could be a message to people like, don't start thinking of marching in the streets and trying to overthrow the government, right? That could be a message. Because people who don't like Maduro could be thinking, Maduro's been captured. Maybe the military won't care if we start trying to protest now. So you could read that as a message to people who might protest, saying, no, we're still with the current government. We're still with the current regime. I don't know, but I'm not an expert on Venezuelan politics and stuff, but I do wonder if that's part of the message too. History Underfoot says, does he mean they will comply with USA or resist with military? It's like, it seemed like a pretty, it was certainly not a pro-US. He wasn't saying we're going to work with the US, but I mean, who knows, at a certain point, I think that was maybe geared towards more a domestic audience. Who's in charge of Venezuela? The current regime. I mean, the only people who've been removed are Maduro and his wife. Now, I guess some of the security forces have been killed, but largely speaking, pretty much almost everybody who was there before is still there now. Mitchell Pilot says, I'm really curious about what happens with Cuba. The Trump administration thinks that Cuba is going to be really hurting now because, I mean, didn't Trump say that Cuba is going to collapse? Basically, didn't he say that earlier? We watched it. We watched it in the Air Force One comments. He said Cuba's going down or something like that because they're not going to have the oil from, I think the oil coming from Venezuela. Shalon Connery says Cuba was a failing state. They're going down for the count. Yeah, I think Judge had it right. I think that's what he said. Down for the count. So, hey, thanks, Angelic Slayer, by the way. Oh, hold on a second here. I just saw something here. Hold on. Hey, I just saw something here. Thanks to our viewer who mentioned this. Who was the viewer? One of our viewers mentioned this about Tim Walz. Do you know it's been so long since I forget how to say Walz or Waltz. I just literally forget. It's Walz. Isn't it Walz, not Waltz? It's Walz. That's how it's spelled, at least. How is it pronounced? Let's see here. Walz. Anyways, WCCO, News Talk WCCO, which is the home of the Minnesota Twins, radio station in Minneapolis. They say that their political analyst has learned that Governor Tim Walz will likely announce tomorrow that he will drop out of the Minnesota governor's race, the 2026 Minnesota governor's race. So WCCO is reporting that Tim Walz is going to drop out of the Minnesota governor's race on Monday. And then Fox 9, I believe, is also reporting that as well. Yes, Fox 9 in Minnesota is also reporting that. Fox 9 says Governor Walz is likely to announce tomorrow that he will drop out of the governor's race. Now, there's been the scandal over the fraud in Minnesota, the fraud scandal in Minnesota. And I'm guessing maybe this has something to do with it. Anyways, so I wonder if the point is he's just worried about the race and doesn't want them to lose the governorship or something. Thanks to the viewer for mentioning that. So a couple of those Minnesota news channels are reporting that right now, that he's going to drop out of the race. Maybe if he speaks, we can cover it tomorrow. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know. I didn't know. I just saw that thanks to the viewer who mentioned it. Okay. All right. Have to keep an eye on that. Our viewer Akula Knight thinks he was probably pushed by the Democratic Party to do too much liability. I mean, another thing is, I could see a world in which some Democrats might have thought him running might be something that they don't want other Democrats to have to comment on or anything around the country or something? Hang on, I'm just looking at some things up here. Oh, hold on a second here. Rita sent me this story from ABC 7 News where it said that ABC 7 News claimed that Maduro's wife sustained an injury to her head which was bandaged. Thanks, Rita. We were talking about that earlier. Doesn't have much detail, though. Thanks, Rita, for sending that in. All right. A lot going on. Manny, our viewer, thinks that the defense minister of Venezuela was just double tapping on the support of the new designated president in charge, Delcy Rodriguez, basically playing victims. That's what Manny says. Black Irish thinks that if the U.S. tried to take some of Greenland, that other countries would be legally obligated under the NATO treaty to defend Greenland. I don't know how that all works. That's I'd have to get into what the NATO charter says, and I believe that under the NATO agreement that the countries would have to agree among themselves how to respond, and I don't know how that would work if one of the countries attacking was a NATO country. So that's an interesting question, Black Irish, but I'm not going to get into it right now. Thank you for asking about that. Hang on, I'm just checking up on the things people have sent me here. Okay. Guys, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to do this. Because it's pretty late and we gotta come back on in the morning. So I think I'm gonna wrap up this stream because we're gonna be on again 10 a.m. It is 12:27 a.m. right now. At 10 a.m. I'm going to come on the air and I'm gonna come on the air at 10 a.m. and I'm going to cover the United Nations Security Council meeting on Venezuela. But I'm actually going to come on the air before 10 a.m. because the meeting is at 10 a.m. So I'm going to come on the air probably like 9 or something. Okay? So we will be covering that live. Oh no! I just realized there's a typo. Oh no, there's a typo. Look. How terrible. One of the viewers just mentioned this. There's literally a typo in not in the headline, in the graphic, in the thumbnail. How terrible. Look right there. See, it says Venezuela, not Venezuela. Oh, how I got to fix that. I got to fix that right now. How terrible. Normally I catch these things. That wasn't good. I tell myself you got to double and triple check everything, and somehow these slip through. Terrible. It's been up there the whole time. It's been up there the whole time. I'm downloading the other one. How terrible. You know, sometimes I didn't see sometimes people will all write in about it. That didn't happen tonight. It's my fault. But a viewer just said something about it in the chat, and I was like, wait, what's going on? Then I was like, no. Okay. Anyways, I'm going to fix the graphic. It doesn't look that different. I gotta fix the graphic right now, though. I just fixed the one on the broadcast, but I'll fix the one over my shoulder as well, just for the sake of doing it. I mean, at this point, it's crazy. Oh, well, thanks for letting me know. It's really stupid. I didn't get any messages about it either. I don't even know that people really saw it. Although people might have posted in the chat earlier, and I just miss it. So, anyways, here's the corrected graphic. Well, which one is it? I don't even know what the corrected graphic is. Let me see. It is which one? It is the one right here. 3. Hey, I fixed it. Hey, it's fixed. It's like it never happened. Okay, well, there it goes. I'll have to post a comment saying, oops, sorry about the typo in the graphic over my shoulder. All right. Hey, anyways, I really appreciate you guys being here for the live stream. I will be on the air. We're going to be covering the UN Security Council meeting on Venezuela. It starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. I'll be on the air before 10 a.m. Eastern. I got to get a little sleep, or try to. My schedule is really messed up because we were on the air all night and into the afternoon on Saturday covering the developments in Venezuela. So it has really messed up my schedule. So anyways, our viewer says, who knows what will happen in the next few days? That's what Jay says. Oh, thanks, Squeak from Australia. Thank you, Squeak. Thank you, Soka Deb. I appreciate that. Mitchell Pilot, thank you. Says, I'm really curious what happens with Cuba. So I really appreciate you guys being here and all the comments people have been sending in, all the updates you've sent me and letting me read your comments and questions. And in a little while, later today, because it's already Monday here, we'll have more coverage for you. So I hope to see you in the morning. Thanks for joining. And who knows what other big developments are going to be with this story and other stories. We'll watch other stories. We'll keep an eye out for Iran developments and stuff like that too. But if you want, subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news on the channel. Agenda Free TV without an agenda. So subscribe, follow. I'd suggest you turn on the notifications because I never know when big news is going to happen and we're going to jump on the air again. But so I can't tell you in advance what our schedule is. I could tomorrow morning, but generally speaking, I don't know when we're coming on the air. But if you sign up for the free notifications, you can get a notification sent to you whenever we go live so you don't miss a stream. The mods will post a link to the sign up for the notifications in the chat and also in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook. You can sign up for you'll see the sign up for the notifications link there. I will also be posting updates, as I always do, on my X account, which is @Lookner. You can see right there, @Lookner on X. You can follow me there for breaking news updates, even when we're not on the air. And but again, very much appreciate you tuning in, and also everybody who's been in the chat making comments and sending me updates. Thank you. Also, huge thanks to our moderators. You are awesome. A lot of people in the chat as usual, and our moderators are the ones who allow us to have these chat rooms where people with different views can talk to each other in a civil manner and respectful manner. That's thanks to our moderators. Thank you, Leslie Ladyhawk, Ruth over there on YouTube, Roberts May Queen. Big thanks, and all of our other YouTube mods. Facebook, Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, and all of our mods over there. Huge thanks. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, and Twitch mods. Thank you so much, all of them. Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Surly Dev, and all of our other Twitch mods. Thank you. Huge thanks to everybody who donated. So nice of you. That is what allows the channel to exist, is your support. Hopefully I got everybody. I think I did. Oh, Barcodable. I didn't thank Barcodable over there on Twitch. Thank you to Barcodable for subscribing. If you ever want to donate, you go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But huge thanks for your support for the channel. If you're on X, follow us on X @agendafreetv. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates to the channel about the channel there @agendafreetv. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we are not live. The Discord chat, it's free. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. Check out the Discord chat. It's the same link as the free notifications. Check out the Discord chat. Big thanks to our Discord mods for all you do over there on Discord. And if you are watching, or you do watch on YouTube, I would suggest turn on the YouTube notifications. The YouTube notifications, if you want to turn those on, what you have to do is subscribe to the channel, click the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you have clicked the bell and chosen all notifications so you get all the notifications. Hey, shout out to, sorry I didn't get to this much earlier. I thanked some of the Facebook subscribers earlier, but sorry I didn't. I should have gotten to it earlier. And our Twitch subscribers and our members. Facebook subscribers, thanks so much to all you guys for subscribing and supporting the channel. Robert Rial II, Kristen McConnell Gates. Margaret Riley, thanks for the stars. Thanks for the Facebook stars, Margaret. Christy Claff, thanks for subscribing. Sharon Klassen Goslin, Helen Anderson. All the ones I thanked earlier. Kay Lowry Body, Margaret Riley. Thank you. Michael Clayton. Hey, thanks also, Rupag Suni. Thanks, Rupag Suni, for the Facebook stars. I missed that before. And, hang on a moment here. All of our other Facebook subscribers, thanks so much for subscribing over there. And our Twitch subscribers, huge thanks to our Twitch subscribers like Sarah and Wall Street and Shaggy and Mudmore, Matthew Kohai 3. Should have gotten this earlier. Should have thanked you earlier. Next time. Annie Cush, Emilian, Barcodable, My Crystal Clear Life, Mudmore, Jack's Animals, Billy Joe, Sharkingly, D. George, Sentient Cannabis, thank you, Cole K. Meister, and all of our other Twitch subscribers. Huge thanks. Douthis and others. And our YouTube members. Like JD63, Paula Faust, Taste Vim, UV Lightning, Mosh Miri, Sebastian Comore. Michael Avery, Roger Shoemaker, It's Becca Lilly, Silent Hero, Gary Baines, McDonald's Burgers. Yeah, it's McDonald's Burgers says thanks. Gold Safe Exchange for sponsoring. I agree. Dorothy Waltham Mass, It's Becca Lilly, Adventurer, Anne Lalunjkar, thank you. Adventurer, thanks for being a member. Chris N. Paula Faust, Silent Hero. Sevenfold, Mason D. And all of our other members, thank you. And all of our other viewers, thank you. Dr. Bongs. This Be Real, thanks for watching. N-Dot, thanks for watching on Twitch. Timido1, Hostile Fox, Paula Thompson, Makia Lyles Barr, thank you. Melissa Terry, Bitter Melon, thanks for being a member. Princess Kidda, thanks for watching. A-Flow, Ohio, Friedel, Patrick Parker, and everybody else, thank you. All right, I'm wrapping this up. We will be on the air. We're going to be covering the 10 a.m. Eastern Time United Nations Security Council meeting on Venezuela. We'll come on before 10 a.m. and be on the air and show you the Security Council hearing. That's the intention, at least. Planning on bringing that to you live. That's my plan. All right. So that is it for now. Thank you and thanks to Adventurer for the gift membership. I appreciate that, Adventurer. All right, so thanks again for watching. That is it for now, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.